Like, they're good brownies, but they're not $3 worth brownies.
Yeah, inflation's a bitch.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's the thing, is that it's for, it's fake inflation.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
like fake inflation. Yeah.
Fake
because
inflation.
it's the money of my college's fake money to buy food for the meal plan.
Yeah.
So, like, they're literally creating inflation for money that I've already given them.
Yeah. Anyways, my dears, we are live now. And, welcome back, everybody, to another, D&D session. We are doing a continuation of Thursdays, but today we are just going to be doing a bit of a filler episode, if you will. We are not going to be advancing much plot. It is just a chill night where the party is going to continue bar hopping in the flying city of Ceruleus. Where we left off last session, our party had just left the Mage's Bar, and they are now standing outside in the courtyard where the taverns are situated, and they are going to decide which bar they are going to enter next. There are 2 bars left for them to enter, the Fairest Bar and the Mellow Bar.
Colleen is cool with pretty much any of them.
I'm fine with whatever, but I think it'd be fun if we went to the mellow one last.
Yeah, just to see what it is.
Because I think we figured out what that one is.
Mm-hmm.
The Fairest Bar is right next door to the Mage's Bar, so
hell yeah.
in line of where you are going now, Mellow would be last.
Alright.
Nice.
Alright. You go into the Fairest Bar, you open it up, and it is a very different vibe from the 2 bars that you had entered before. This one feels less like a bar and more like a sanctuary, almost. There is no defined tables, chairs, or even a bar itself. Most of the room is covered in large pillows and draped blankets and cloth. It feels like a lounge or a retreat.
Good time.
Soft light seems to emanate from the cracks and crevices of this heavenly sanctuary that you see. There seems to be the light strumming of a harp playing from somewhere in this room. And you see many women relaxed on their pillows, eating fresh fruit and drinking from dainty little wine glasses. The atmosphere here is very calm and inviting.
This definitely they sound like they give off Kalina vibes.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. Duchess.
Yeah, Kalina sees this and she just immediately feels very relaxed. Because I think she might like recognize a place like this, not like this is the same one, but
Yeah.
she probably went to a place that has similar vibes to this.
Tegak would probably be very uncomfortable.
It's like, ah.
Uncomfy.
It's too quiet in here. knocks over a lamp.
All these prissy people.
Other than the quiet strumming of the harp, you hear the idle chatter of the various groups of women that are reclining on their cushions. And you kind of get the sense that this is more just a less of a bar and more of a relaxation spot for
Lounge.
different people. You notice that some of the women wear medical garb,
Oh.
and you see the tiredness in their eyes as they
Oh, that would
chat
make more
idly with their friends.
sense. That would make a lot more sense.
You also see a small group of women that seem to have more clerical robes. Women of the cloth.
Oh.
They do not indulge in any of the drinks, but they do snack away on the fruit that is provided for them.
I could really go for an orange now. Fuck.
Poor Foxy.
Fuck. An orange sounds really good right now, okay?
What do you all choose to do?
So there isn't like a bar or anything?
Nope. Just a very big open room with lots of cushions. There are little tea tables that are close to the floor with various fruits and hand foods for you to indulge in.
I guess.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I guess Fen just kind of goes to like an. You said they're it's all kind of cushions.
Yeah.
Fen just kind of goes to like just an empty cushion, just kind of curls up with Asmi a little
Aw.
bit.
Everyone in there would love the dog.
And just kind of pets Asmi while kind of keeping an eye on things, but being very chill.
Yeah. Fen, as you sit down at one of the cushions, a very thin, well-dressed man comes over to you and bows lightly before saying, "Is there anything that I can get for you tonight?"
I'm good, thanks.
He nods his head and says, "Of course. Let me know if you require anything," before he walks off, tending to the other guests.
I think Kalina might also sit down for a bit. Just like sink into one of the cushions.
Do you sit down with
Are they
Fen?
like giant beanbags?
Kind of. They're just very plush, nice pillows of various sizes and shapes.
But yeah, I think she's just gonna like sit down and like the closest one to her.
Yeah.
Just like plush.
And Clement sees you sit down and he follows suit, sitting next to you. You hear his knees crack a little bit as he plops down
Oh,
onto
God.
the
Old
cushion
man.
that is low on the floor.
Hagok is gonna sit, but it's more of kneeling. And she's still like very alert and uncomfortable with this situation.
Yeah.
Kolbar,
Yeah, but
do you do anything?
Albark will find like a comfy spot and will kind of just like I don't want to say belly flop, but he kind of like just lays down on his stomach
Hmm.
Gentle make the belly pop.
Nyoka is the last one standing and feeling a bit awkward being the last one that is not seated. He finds an empty place close by to all of you and just sits down and kind of just sits there with resting his arms atop his knees.
Kalina, she just lets out a sigh and just sinks back into the cushion. Now this is more my style. I don't care if I took a 10-hour nap.
You hear Clement snicker a little bit beside you.
Why must I feel so old for being so young?
You've seen the worst of this world, and it humbles you pretty quick. You know? Clement says as he kind of lazily flops his head back on the cushion.
Yes, I guess that's true. And Kalina, like, she also just sort of leans back. Sometimes I do forget that. Just feels like at 16 I became an adult.
Yes. Far too young, he says as he looks over, giving you a sympathetic look.
Well, it is what it is. There's no changing the past. I'm 24, yet I act like I'm in my mid-30s. I
Hey.
look pretty good for my age, don't I, though?
He smiles a little bit and says, "Quite. Be lucky you don't look like you're in your 30s. He says, giving you a playful jab.
Oh my gosh. Clement.
What? With all the stress you put yourself under, it's a wonder you haven't gained as many wrinkles as I have.
I guess that's true. Still not exactly sure how I've managed to achieve that feat either. But I'm not questioning it. That's the last of my worries.
True. All of you sit in comfortable silence, just letting the peaceful harp lull you into a sense of safeness.
Yeah.
Tagok, as you are sitting next to Kalina, you spot something that is hanging from the ceiling. It looks like an incense burner, and you see a soft, faint pink smoke that seems to be trickling out of the little carved holes in it. And as some of the smoke wafts past you, it smells sweet in nature, and you feel the stress of the day kind of wash away as you breathe it in.
Interesting. Sorry, I'm thinking.
No, it's okay, it's okay.
That's interesting. I say, and I kind of like lazily point up to it.
Does Kalina see this, or is she just fully zonked out?
Kalina, you're kind of relaxed, but you take notice to Tagok saying something and then seeing her point up at the incense burner that is hanging from the ceiling.
Oh, well, that's nice. Definitely helps with the relaxation.
Not sure how I feel about it.
Tagok?
It's nice, but.
Oh.
Oh, sorry.
Continue.
man.
No, continue.
Oh, okay. It's nice, but I don't know. Not. I'm
Little
getting an off
suspicious
vibe.
of it.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't blame you, given what happened the other day. Thinking back to the assassination attempt.
As the two of you sit there, now having your doubts about the incense burner in the room, you see a woman wearing a all-white gown adorned with little gold filigrees and embroideries. You notice that her attire seems very clerical in nature. She comes over to you, and she takes a seat on the cushion across from the group, and she says, "There's no need to worry, friends. This incense is merely just to calm the nerves. A lot of us feel the weight of the world on our shoulders, and we'd like to forget it at the end of the day."
That's what I originally figured. We've just been a little too stressed over the past few days. Hasn't been easy.
Well, I suppose it is a good thing that you've come here then. Give you a moment to unwind and relax. This is a
Yes.
safe place, friends.
Yes. And Kalina sinks more into the cushion. I am doing that right now on my bed. I am literally laying down.
Sinks in bed.
Method acting.
Exactly.
She's method
I also
acting.
have the crochet blanket that Jade made me.
Haha.
I brought it with
Good
me.
fuck. It's a
Cozy.
good
It's a
fucking
good
blanket.
blanket. It's a good blanket.
Good
Cozy.
blanket.
Eat toast. Yeah, does anybody else do anything, or are we just relaxing and vibing?
Yeah. And now you have a new person sitting with your group, but kind of not with the group.
Just in their presence.
I still have my octopus yell.
If you want to.
It has gotten smaller as you have drank some of the glow mead, but yes, the octopus is still on you.
Hell yeah. I have a wave at the person.
Oh boy. I love this.
As your little liquid octopus waves at her, she blinks a little bit and then waves back with just the tips of her fingers.
Oh.
Just Nice.
small little octopus.
Small little octopus.
I can picture Takeok like slowly becoming more relaxed, but she's kind of trying to resist it.
Oh.
You
Yeah.
know, like when people are nodding off
Yeah.
and trying to stay awake.
Oh
Yeah.
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 Oh.
I feel like Fen is also kind of like, because you know how animals have that instinct of like, oh hey, things that make me like drugs and stuff, not good.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Like makes me feel like weird. So
Mhm.
Fen is kind of on edge as well.
Thank you, Disco Biscuits, for donating $20 to
Oh,
to Project Hope. They
know
say,
that.
"Hey kiddos, good stuff you're supporting. Thank you very much, friend."
Awesome.
Hi, Andy.
Ah,
That is my older brother.
aw.
Hey, Andrew. Nice to see you, bud.
Hello, older brother of Ethan.
Hello, Andrew.
It's one, the name. That's his Steam name. And two, the fact that he said kiddos. 'Cause that's yep, that is my older brother.
Hell
Hey, how
yeah.
you doing?
hello.
We hope you enjoy these buffoons.
I'm
Just
guessing he watched the
These
stream on
fuckers.
Thursday because I forgot to announce on Snapchat of our stream today. So,
Yeah.
oh,
but yep, that would be my
Oh,
older brother.
I typed the wrong thing.
It's nice to be here.
oh my god.
Huh.
There we go.
You
That's
know how
better.
to type. You know how to type.
Oh, goodness.
It's fine. I really didn't enter the world of the living until like 2 p.m. So
Hey,
You said
I didn't
Disco
until
Biscuits and I
5,
was
so
You
cheers.
said Disco Biscuits, and I was like, oh, I know who that is.
Oh dear.
Anyways, Sven, continue the thought that you had.
It's more just like Fen's just kind of on edge and kind of not as curled up with Asmi anymore. Very just kind of thinning up more. Also, ignore my screaming cat.
I think we
Cat.
can hear it, at least on Discord's end, but maybe on the stream's end.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I
don't
I
know.
can't hear a
I,
thing.
I cannot
Yes.
hear it.
Okay.
It's fine.
So, the sound on the stream is coming from Eros's Discord. So if Discord doesn't hear it, stream doesn't hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
As you
Just chilling.
sit in this little sanctuary of the working folk, as it will be, you notice more distinct people as you scan the room. You see a pair of people, a man and a woman, both with long blonde hair. They both are in medical attire, and you can see the fatigue in their eyes as they sit there chatting together. You see in their faces a familial bond. You can see that these are probably two members of a family.
Mm.
Cowboy
Kalena's
wants
just
to
gonna
order
stay.
some tea.
What?
Cowboy wants to order some tea.
Yeah. Kalena's just gonna stay there and relax. She is just in bliss. Pure bliss.
Colbert, as the thought crosses your brain of, man, I could really go for some tea right now. That man from before approaches you and says, "Is there anything that I can get you?"
Oh, yes. What kind of teas do you have?
Oh, we have a large variety of different teas, including some flower teas, if you would be interested. And he hands you a little pamphlet with handwritten descriptions of all the different teas they have.
Nice.
Any tea that you can think of, they probably have it here.
That's cool. Yeah, I saw some rose petal tea at the Dragon March the other day, so I'll probably have that.
Nice.
You point at the words on the paper that say rose petal tea, and he nods to you and holds out his hand to take back the little pamphlet.
Mm-hmm.
After he takes it, he quietly walks away, supposedly to go get your tea.
Nice. I would drink up the rest of my little octopus.
As you are sitting there, the woman that had approached you before turns to all of you and says, "So, I have not seen your faces here before. Not out in the city or even in the churches. Are you new here?"
We are.
She smiles and says, "Very wonderful. So, what brings you to Ceruleus?"
Mostly just business.
Well, hopefully between the business you can have a little bit of time for fun, as there is lots to do here.
Yes, we are planning on that. Because we are probably going to be here for a while.
Oh, a long mission indeed ahead of you.
Yes, quite.
She taps the table a little shyly before she looks back to you and says, "Since you were probably going to be here a while, and I'll definitely see you, what are your names?"
My name is Kalina. And she gestures to Tagok. So, come on.
Tagok.
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 Very flat and unassuming.
I mean, mostly, like, she's probably just, like, kind of slipping into that trance now of relaxation. Just like, Tagok.
Tagok.
Upset that she's being
Love
drugged.
Oh, poor Tay. Clement,
Alvaro speak.
go ahead, Colbert.
Okay. My name's Colbart.
She smiles. Then Clement puts his head up from having it leaned back on the cushion and says, "My name's Clement." Fen, you need to introduce
Fen
yourself.
just kind
Fen.
of looks at him and goes,
Asleep.
"My name is Fen. What exactly is burning, by the way? Like that, what exactly is that burning? Like the incense and stuff."
Ah, it is a rowan berry compote that we have crafted within the churches. A lot of people feel more at ease in their prayers when we use it, so we decided we would utilize it here as well. It is simply a calming aroma.
So drugs, but not drugs.
Yeah.
Drugs.
It's like lavender. Lavender is calming.
Oh, lavender, yeah.
Lavender is a very good scent, but also drugs.
Drugs.
Nyoka is the last to introduce himself. He waves a little bit to her and says, "I'm Nyoka." She smiles to all of you and says, "Well, it is all nice. It's nice to meet all of your acquaintances. My name is Ren, and I am a priestess of the Dark Moon."
Well, it's nice to meet you. Pleasure to make your acquaintance as well.
She gives you a warm smile.
I just want to make sure I have this written down right. It's Dark Moon.
Yes.
Okay. The way with her accent was, it sounded like I couldn't tell if she was saying Dark Moon or Dock Moon.
Yeah, dark. Her name is spelled
Okay.
like the bird. W-R...
Season 8, Hermitcraft.
Shush.
Oh.
W-R-E-N.
W-R-E-N.
Like the bird. W-R-E-N.
Gotcha. Okay. Sorry, I just want to make sure I have this written down correctly because I'm bad at spelling.
It's okay. As Ren sits there, you all notice that another woman in very similar clothing to her walks up behind her and gives her a light pat on the shoulder and leans down and says, "Have you made yourself some new friends, Ren?" Ren tilts her head up, looking at her companion, and says, "Oh, yes, I have, Bella. Come, sit with us." The older-looking woman then sits down next to Ren and says, "Hello there, all of you. You are Ren's new acquaintances?"
Yes, we are. And you are?
I am Belladonna, priestess of the deep sea.
Kalina immediately recognizes what Belladonna is. And she can't help but just nerd brain. Nerd brain go burr.
Nerd brain go burr.
Nerd
My
brain
nerd brain's
go
going to go
burr.
burr, but I doubt Cobalt actually knows what it is.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Tagok have nothing. No thought head empty.
Just angry at being drugged, but not drugged.
Yeah.
I'm relaxed and I'm mad about it.
Yeah. That should.
Please
That's
put that over
Tagok's
my.
quote.
Please put that over mine. Please put that over my talk sprite.
Yeah, okay.
I'm relaxed and I'm mad about it.
I'm gonna write that down.
You could even put it in the merch ideas, because
Yes.
Yes.
we can get merch ideas going. Alright.
Yeah.
I would definitely get that on merch.
Yeet.
I'm relaxed and I'm mad about it.
Belladonna sits there next to Ren and she gives her a light squeeze on the shoulder and says, "It's good that Ren is starting to make some new friends." She is the youngest of the sisterhood and she's a little bit shy.
Ah, I see. I had a sentence to say and now it's just gone because I hear a motorist outside.
Oh no.
It's like, I thought I would be able to get away from the loud cars, but no. But yeah, my thought is gone. It's just gone.
Oopsie.
Drugs. Plugs.
Did you say drugs?
Dwug.
Plugs.
Oh,
You have to add the trill and the R.
drugs.
Plug.
Drugs.
Plugs.
Drugs.
Plugs.
Drugs.
Plugs. Plugs.
We can't have thoughts, can we?
No.
This is why This is why we literally had to separate this session from last session because none of us can.
None of us have any brain cells.
There.
There's
Tagok is relaxed and mad about it.
Yay.
I love that. Thank you so much.
Of course.
The iconic quotes.
Everybody's gonna get a quote.
Everyone's
Yeah.
gonna get one. We only get one for you, man.
Cobalt wants to ask about the sisterhood.
Of course, go ahead.
He's gonna ask and like pipe up and say, Oh, wait. What's the sisterhood?
Oh, well, we have a bit of a melting pot of a church here in the city where all of the different followers of the gods all pray together, and we each have a someone who you could say could speak on behalf of the god, but not really. More like we repeat the words that are given to us by our god. I serve Kos. Ren here.
He pipes up.
Got it.
He just ooh. Does he say anything, or is he just
Lore reference.
alert?
Visibly more alert because cost.
And Ren here, she serves Lord Cain under the Dark Moon.
What?
Does that get Nyoka's attention?
I think it at least gets Kalina's attention.
Kalina,
Oh.
you look at Belladonna, and then you also notice that Nyoka has changed his posture, lowered his legs, and is now sitting more upright and attentive to whatever Belladonna is saying.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, oh, what do you like to know?
There are many of us, and we all, well, preach the good words of our gods and goddesses, and lead the public into doing good on behalf of their god.
This all sounds really nice.
Belladonna gives you a warm smile from behind her round glasses. She says, "Why, thank you."
Yeah. Yeah. We, yeah, when we came here, we spoke to the person in charge, and we set a course for all of the Serpent Lords, actually. So the first place we're gonna go to is to Kos's temple.
As you
So
say
we're
that,
excited about that.
Ren kind of excitedly grabs onto Belladonna's arm and shakes her lightly. And you hear her say, "You hear that, Bella? You finally get to see Kos's temple again. It's been so long."
But also internally, Kalina's just like, why did you tell him?
So I want to.
But
I mean, they were gonna find out eventually.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. How much do you know about Kos?
Well, I have served her for many lifetimes, in fact. I have died and been reborn, and I have always retained my love and memories of our goddess Kos, so I know just about everything there is to know, she says, giving you a bit of a cheeky grin.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think Colbert has told anyone in the group about how he was saved by Kos, didn't he?
No.
No.
we just
Mine's
know
a
that
bit
he likes Kos, and that's about it.
Simp.
Yeah. Yeah. Gosh. Yeah, so this is the perfect time to actually
Yeah.
say that. That'll be fun.
Oh,
Right.
great. Trauma
Backstory
dumping.
reveal.
Gosh. Yeah, so yeah, when I was younger, I might have actually met Kos.
Oh. Really? She gives you, like, a little head tilt and a bit of a surprised look, but mostly inquisitive. She is curious.
Yeah, it's quite a story. I guess one day, me and my father went out into the sea to do some fishing, he was gonna teach me how to fish in more open waters. And next thing I knew, I was at the bottom of the seabed, and I don't know what happened, but when I got up to the surface of the water, I found our boat, but my father wasn't anywhere around. There was no one around. But all of a sudden, I saw in the water this, like I could see a strange, like, current in the water. And I peered over to look at the side of the boat. And then behind me, a large, like, serpent made out of water stuck its head out. It scared me. Scared me so much, but it was gentle and looked friendly. And I was a little kid at the time, and I was scared, and I just told the snake that I lost my father and I don't know how to get back home. And then it went back into the water, and it kind of guided my boat back to the shore. It was so long ago.
Belladonna puts a gentle hand over her chest as she hears your story and says, "Oh, goodness. It does seem that you have been visited by Koss. She saved your life."
Yeah.
She smiles at you kindly and says, "That is such a beautifully inspiring story. You know, if you should ever want to join us at Mass, I'm sure the followers of Koss would be very eager to hear your story of her."
Become part of the sisterhood, baby.
Do it!
Honorary sister.
Yes!
Honorary sister.
You know, like, you get to be a guest at church and they let you talk.
Yeah.
Nice. But, like, actually good.
Yeah, like an actually good guest speaker instead of just some random guy that they pulled off the street and have
Yeah.
have you listen to them at school assemblies,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
sitting on the gym floor.
Yeah.
School do you like that? Cobart will respond. You know, that would actually be really nice. Apart from my local town, where we just gets worshipped her very softly. I haven't seen much worship outside of that. In all honesty, I haven't seen any other kinds of worship, so that'd be nice to see.
She gives you an excited little grin and clasps her hands together and says, "All of you, in fact, are very welcome to come to our church and visit. It is free to the public, and tomorrow, when the sun rises, we will have our morning mass. Feel free to come and join us, will you?"
Yeah. I can just
Probably
hear
just enough.
Kalina's thoughts, just like, I am not a morning person. Just her saying that internally.
Tagok doesn't say anything, but inside she's probably like, "Thanks, I already got a god."
Hey, she did say that there are priestesses that represent all of the gods, and they all gather under this one roof for the church. So
Yeah.
you could meet a priestess of Heros
True.
if you were to seek her out.
I think Kalina is actually gonna look over at Nyoka. Just like, what do you think of this? She doesn't say anything, but just like, you know that look, like that side glance you give to your friend, just like, you hearing this?
Nyoka just kind of... He has this weird look on his face. He just looks real confused about everything. He seems real
Aw.
confused as he just
Oh,
listens to all of this.
buddy.
maybe it never occurred to him before that his family, his father, aunts, and uncles were worshipped,
Yeah.
even though
Aw.
they're gods. It never just came
Yeah.
to his mind.
It never. Yeah, because like he
Oh,
just knew them
buddy.
as his family.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it makes sense though. It makes sense.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
does make sense. Like that would definitely be a weird experience to find that your Uncle Bob gets worshipped.
Yeah. Uncle Bob is definitely Hoth. And
Shit, you're right.
Uncle Bobby.
Oh my god.
Uncle Bob. Yeah.
Hey, I still want to know what the party's reaction is to his story, though.
Yeah. How does the party react to the story
Khalid is
that
mostly
Colbert has just
focused on
said?
the part where that he had lost his dad, because she can relate to that.
Oh,
Yeah. It's like, no, not another one. No.
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 Not more trauma.
Clement in his head is definitely thinking, oh god. I'm gonna have to adopt this one too, right? Godfather 2, the
Another
Electric Boogaloo.
godchild.
Another one.
Signs papers.
Grabs papers out of utility belt. Like fucking Batman.
No, a
Yes.
fanny pack.
God damn you. God damn you.
What? Shall we continue?
Yes.
Yeah.
The two priestesses then stand up and say, well, it is getting quite late for us. We do have an early morning tomorrow, so we hope to see you there, they say as they bow to you lightly.
Yeah, like Kalina makes an effort to bow back, but she's still like very relaxed and like she's kind of a little wobbly. Like she's sitting up, but she's a little wobbly, just like relaxed.
Hagar just gives a nod.
Colbert waves.
And just kind of nods. Like that kind of like acknowledgement nod.
Yeah.
And with that, the two priestesses leave the little sanctuary that you are in, and the only two people now you notice that are left here, other than all of you, are the two medical individuals. The blonde medics that are on the other side of the room.
I think Kalina might look around and just kind of look at the rest of the group. Do you think we should head over to that last bar?
I'm still waiting on my tea.
Oh! Oh!
Let's just say for continuity's sake that while
Okay.
you were talking with the two priestesses, your tea has been brought to you. It's
Doink
been
the tea.
it's been a couple minutes since you've gotten
Doink.
your tea.
Doink the milk tea. Doink the
First-
moik tea. Moik
First,
tea.
I'm gonna look. Ah! First, I'm gonna take the tea, look at it, and it's like, and shake the water into a rose,
Aw.
and now he drinks it.
The tea is very fresh and crisp tasting. It is. Your whole body feels warm when you drink it. Are you all ready?
Yeah.
Perfection.
Kalina might struggle to get up from the comfy cushion though.
Hagar is glad to get up and leave. Suspicion.
Yeah.
I'm relaxed and I'm mad about it.
Kalina.
That belongs
next-
on a t-shirt.
I will. Give me time. Kalina, next to you, notice that Clement is struggling to get himself up from the low position near the ground.
Kalina, she chuckles a little bit and holds out a hand. Do you need some help?
He gives a heavy sigh. Yes, I do, he says as he grabs your hand, letting you hoist him up.
Yeah. Don't even need a roll strength check on that one.
No, he's just small.
He's short, smaller than tall lady.
Yeah. And with
Do it on
that,
fancy pants, no problem. Try to do it on a god, opposite effect.
you go to leave the little sanctuary, and you hear the staff man behind you say, "Have a good night."
You as well.
And with that, all of you leave the Fairest bar. Heavy air quotes there.
Yeah.
And you are left in the open courtyard, the cool, crisp air and the breeze feeling quite contrasting to the calm yet still and warm interior of the building you had just exited.
Kalina, she just takes a deep inhale and a sigh. Well, we have one more. The mellow, right?
Nyoka gives you a nod, and you see him turn to you, and he has the cheekiest, most devilish little grin on his face.
Kalina sees this just like, what are you thinking?
Oh, nothing. I just think that this one is a little bit special.
God. Kalina, like, she just kind of smiles a little bit and rolls her eyes and then just starts walking toward it, just like, all right, all right.
As you near the bar, you see that the sign is a pair of flowers that are crossing, a violet and a carnation, which strikes you as rather odd.
Can I do like a check on anything? Like what kind of check would that
History.
Insight check.
History.
In history?
I would say history.
be? Okay, history? Alright. That should be easy enough because I got a pretty high bonus for it.
Isn't there a nature check?
Yeah, there is a nature check. I could do that if you want.
I'm gonna say history check on this one. I'm saying history. Just because I know.
Okay. You're
I
the
know
DM.
exactly why it's a history.
Yeah, I rolled an 11 base and my history bonus is +8, so
Mhm.
19.
Alright.
My God.
Kalina,
High intelligence
bitch.
proficiency.
Smart bitch.
as you look up at the two flowers, you remember that in a lot of cultures, people use flowers to symbolize different things and meanings. You think through all the different meanings of violets and carnations, and eventually one thing strikes out to you, and it rings in your head louder than all the others. Violets are often used to represent lesbian relationships, and carnations are often used to represent gay relationships.
I remember
Bar. It's a gay bar.
Yep. It's a gay bar.
Yeah, Kalina, like, she sees it just like, oh, it's a gay bar. Okay.
It's a gay bar.
Gay bar?
Gay bar?
Yes. Yes, that's what the flowers mean.
Awesome.
Flower symbolism. It's a bit old-fashioned, but still interesting. Kalina, like, she's a little shy about it. Like, you know, like the two fingers pressed together. She doesn't actually do that, but that's her internally.
I don't think I've ever been to a gay bar. Heard of them.
I don't believe I've ever been to one either. I never saw the point of it because, well, I'm not queer.
Oh,
What's a gay bar?
but the bar for the gays.
I know, but I went with a character decision.
Character decision. Take
I
up.
doubt that Take
No,
Up
that's Cobalt's response.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh,
Fen's kind
dear.
of. I feel like Fen just doesn't like. Fen hears all this, but doesn't particularly take all of it in. Just kind of walks through the door.
Piguk is
let's go in.
confused as to the term gay. What?
As all of you are walking in after Fen, Nyoka comes a little closer to you, Tagok, and says, "It's a kind of a place where, couples who are both women and couples who are both men find sanctuary."
Oh.
Yeah. Any couples that are not straight,
Yeah.
really.
But he doesn't quite get that. he just knows
Yeah.
that it's like women and women, guys and guys. Yes, that is what I understand
Yes.
about that.
Yes.
Nyoka then gives you a light nudge and says, "Do you fancy women take off?"
I never thought about it. It's. Piguk just walks away.
Yeah, so just continues
walks.
walking her to the bar.
Just walks.
Nyoka just kind of shrugs and continues on.
I was like, okay,
Okay.
to each their own.
She doesn't think about it. Whatever. Vibes. You enter this bar, and you notice that this bar is a lot more lively than any of the
cool.
others. It's not a lot of people who are sitting down and talking amongst themselves. It's a lot of random people dancing with each other, switching partners, and just a lot more friendly. Everything
Yeah.
about this bar seems very inviting and safe.
Yeah, that's nice.
There are little paper lanterns that hang from the ceilings with different colors.
pretty.
And there is a crystal that is suspended, and little lights hit it as it casts rainbows around the room.
Oh fuck yeah.
Is this an actual place like you've been to in real life?
No, I have never been to a bar.
Okay.
I've
Listen,
actually been to a gay bar once.
I just turned 21, Shoddy. I have not been to a bar. I'm also poor.
I've been to a gay bar once with Jinx, and they it was for karaoke nights. And they
Yeah.
allow 18-year-olds, just make sure no alcohol.
Yeah.
That was a fun time.
Yeah. I gotta go to the gay bar that does drag shows here in Richmond at some point.
Hell
Oh,
yeah!
that sounds like so much fun.
Babes.
sounds like a good
It's
time.
called Babes of Carytown. Just Babes.
That
Very
sounds
good.
like so much fun.
Alright, anyways.
Yeah.
You walk in, and this whole place seems so very colorful. Not just the environment, but the people too.
Yeah.
Colors.
Yeah.
You
I
notice
just
that
realized
there
I played
are...
it
Oh, go ahead.
Actually, the token straight.
Oh god, Helena. The lesbian playing this token straight character? What a fucking surprise.
Oh my god!
Yeah, cisgender and straight.
God.
I just did a snap and
I heard it!
camera,
I
but-
heard it!
I remembered that my camera isn't on and you guys can't see me.
I heard it though, so that's good enough. I knew what you were doing. I
Gotta-
envisioned it in my
Gotta
head.
snap close. Gotta snap close to your. Gotta snap close to your headphones.
Anyways, as you walk in, you notice that there are quite a few couples that are either on the dance floor together, drinking and talking, or huddled up in a corner, either making out or just cuddling. What do you decide to do?
I
I
found
think
the gay bar
Kalina's
that
gonna
I've
buy Nyoka that drink.
been to.
Because
Hell
he
yeah.
can't do it on his own.
All
Did we
right.
already do that?
No. She said she was going to, but didn't. All right, Kalina, take it away.
Yeah, Kalina, she she puts a hand on Nyoka's shoulder, just like, what did you say you wanted from the bar again?
It was some sort of flower syrup drink. It looked like it.
Make a. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
He says, it looks like it might have been mixed with either rum or something? A white rum? I don't know.
Okay, can I try and think of anything? Like, can I make like a history, like a check or something? Would that be history again?
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Okay. Oh,
What's your roll?
Is that a good O or a bad O?
a good O. It's a nat 20.
God damn.
My God. Someone knows their drinks.
Someone knows
Damn.
alcohol.
Not because she went to bars, but because she reads way too much.
Yeah. Kalina, you remember reading a book that was in your parents' library about the art of drink mixing. And you remember a drink that was made with white rum, raspberry syrup, and rose water.
What's it called?
Pink haze.
Pink haze. All right. Yeah, like Kalina, like she thinks for a moment after Nyoka described it, just like, oh, you want a pink haze? Yeah, I can get that for you.
Nyoka grins as he follows you.
He's like, I trust you. I trust you with this.
Of course you can. I'm very trustworthy. He says as he gives you a cheeky little smile.
Now come on, let's go to the bar.
Of course. He says as he follows behind you to the bar.
But yeah, Kalina, she goes up to the bar and like asks for a bartender. Excuse me.
As you come over to the bar, you see a man that is wearing a porcelain white mask that is twisted into a pretty smile. He's wearing clothes of emerald green, and he has slicked back hair. He comes over to you, and his voice from behind the mask echoes, and he says, "What can I get for you, love?"
I'll have 2 pink hazes.
He gives you a nod as he turns around and grabs the pretty carved glasses off of the shelf and says, "Coming right up."
Ordering one for her and one for Nyoka.
Hell yeah.
She's gonna try
Nice.
and like have a little bit. It's not like too strong,
Just
so
Be a
gonna
little fun.
a little bit of rum. A little bit of rum and everything. Yeah.
yeah. She thinks she'd like it.
As you are sitting there waiting for your drinks, you notice that Nyoka is not exactly paying attention to you, and he seems to be looking off somewhere else in the bar.
I think Kalina might know what he's looking at, but she's gonna look in that in the same direction that he is.
Kalina, as you turn your head to see where Nyoka is looking, you see a young-looking man that seems to be sitting all alone at a booth, just kind of almost sadly swirling their drink in their hand.
Oh. Kalina sees this, just like, you eyeing someone?
Nyoka quickly jerks his head over to you, and he's like, no.
I saw you looking.
He rolls his eyes a little bit and then glances back over at them and says, they just look really lonely.
Do you want to go over to them after you get your drink?
He looks to you almost as if for approval, but just kind of like, I don't know if I should.
Well, do you think that they are attractive to you? Do you think that you would have a good time talking to them?
Nyoka kind of looks away a little awkwardly. He said, I don't know.
Well, you never know until you try it. If you need me, I'll be here. If you don't want to go, that's totally alright, but...
Just as you say this, the bartender places the 2 drinks down in front of you. You see that it is iridescent pink with a
Ew.
gold undercast almost. The glitter that swirls in the glass seems to shift from pink to gold.
Rose gold is a beautiful color.
Oh, that is so pretty. Yeah,
Yeah.
Kalina, she nods and smiles. Thank you so much.
You can tell that even behind the smiling mask, the bartender is smiling back at you and gives you a
Hey.
nod for turning to go back and cleaning up the bar.
Yeah. Yeah, Kalina, like, she lifts up her drink and, like, holds it out in a little cheers for Nyoka to also cheer with.
Nyoka smiles and clinks his glass with yours before taking a rather big swig of it.
Don't overdo yourself.
He rolls his eyes and said, I'll be fine.
Alright, alright.
Just need the courage, he says, before nodding to you and walking off to go talk with the lonely patron in the corner.
Kalina sees this and, like, she just gives him a little nod and a smile. It's like, you
Mentally
go.
takes picture.
You go. You go. And, like, she's still, like, just sitting at the bar, but she's just keeping an eye out, like, from the corner of her eye.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that, like, things are going okay.
As you watch them, you see that Nyoka goes up to the table and talks to them for a bit before sitting down. The person's demeanor kind of changes a little bit and they seem less reserved as they seem to be opening up to Nyoka's conversation.
Kalina can't help but smile a little more.
Would anybody else like to do something?
I guess I will.
Alright. What you gonna do,
feel like-
Finn?
Fen walks in and just kind of freezes. It's like Fen doesn't really know much about human interaction, you know, living in the woods and all that.
Yeah.
Forest
So Fen
gremlin.
is just yes, forest gremlin. So Fen is
Forest
just like
gremlin.
really awkward.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah,
What's this party that's going on here? Oh god.
yeah. Like really awkward and just kind of like, what do I do? Kind
I
of-
mean, I bet everyone would absolutely love the dog.
Yes.
Yes.
They would just swarm.
Fen,
Yo, that is
Side, like, kind of like shuffles off to the side a little bit, like,
Fen, even at you walk in and sort of shuffle off to the side a little bit, but you hear a cacophony of cooing from a drunken group that is near the door. A group of women that are very, very drunk sort of stumble over to you and say, "Oh my goodness, she's so cute. May we pet?"
Oh yeah.
At least they still ask.
Yeah, they still ask, which is quite sweet.
just kind of, like, do a general spiel of, like, as long as you let her sniff you.
They all nod enthusiastically. One of the women kind of just sits on the floor near
Oh, yes.
Asumi, kind of like just giggling as the others kind of hold out their hands or come a little bit closer to allow Asumi to sniff them.
Does Asumi get belly rubs?
If Asumi wants belly
Good
rubs, yeah.
I can't help but to imagine what Gallon would be doing right now in this gay bar.
God.
I feel
Gabe
like
Orgellum.
there's all these, like, women kind of, I'm guessing, kind of petting Fen in. I feel like Fen would be very nervous.
They're kind of just on
Pull
one
off with
side
people.
of you, but like they're not really pinning you in. They're just kind of
Well, like, if I'm against, like, a wall or something.
yeah. They're like not in front of you. They're kind of off to your side,
Okay.
on the side where Asumi is, leaving the other side and most of the front free for you to walk if you'd like.
Okay. Fen just, like, doesn't want to abandon Asumi. So, like, stays there, but is definitely, like, very, like, visibly, like, very, very nervous, very, like, I don't know what to do with all this.
One of the more sober of the women, who is wearing a dress that is wine colored, she lightly reaches out and puts a hand on your shoulder and she says, "Are you okay, hun?"
Yeah. I think.
Do you need to sit down?
No, I think I'm good.
All right, just let us know if you need anything.
Okay.
She gives you a kind smile before going back to kind of keep a watch on her more drunken friends who are happily trying to get Asumi's attention.
Oh. Just bebe. Big fluffy doggo.
Is there anything else
Remember
you'd
that
like
you're controlling Asumi.
to... Do Asumi
Um,
receive pet?
Asumi receives pets. I think Asumi still stays kind of on guard because, again, wolf and wild animal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it doesn't roll over. Sadly, no belly rubs.
Oh.
Because
Yeah.
well, a wolf wouldn't really do that with strangers.
Yeah.
True.
So yeah, it doesn't roll over, but just like accepts the pets, tail wagging and stuff. But is still kind of on guard, making sure everything is like okay.
The women happily pet Asumi, and the one that is on the floor kind of is at her side and sort of softly presses her drunken face into Asumi's like shoulder area and her fur,
Yes.
kind of just
Yes.
nuzzling it as she
Yes.
grins.
That's the dream. That is the dream.
Yeah, me accepts that. Just kind of
Big-
chills there.
Big floofa.
Big.
Is there anything else you'd like to do, Fen, before we maybe move on to somebody else's point of view?
Not really. Ben's just kind of freaking out. He goes, oh my gosh, so many people, and what are they doing?
All right, who wants to go next? Catboy? What you gonna do, Catboy?
Well, I'm gonna turn to Cat Gellum and walk around and
What you gonna do?
beg for pets. No, I'm gonna.
Oh my god.
God.
I don't know what. I'm gonna assume I only drink probably around half of the tea, so all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn the tea into a rose, like an actual flower rose.
Ooh, very romantic.
Oh
Very
god.
romantic. And oh, this is weird for a second. God. I'm just gonna walk around and just find someone that is, I don't know, find a group of people that look like that it's inviting that I could probably talk to.
Yeah. As you are walking around Covert, you spot a trio at a table. There is a man with tanner skin and very long black hair. He has very bright blue eyes, and he sits with two other men, one who has more of a deep reddish hued skin, and one who is just very pale. And they all seem to be laughing with one another.
Ace trying to figure out how to play an aloe. Oh god.
Oh,
I don't know.
It's
I don't
okay.
Ace?
It can be Ace.
That's okay.
Yeah.
More talking about romantic attraction than
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
I was like, pretty person.
I can do that. I
Yeah.
can do that.
Pretty person.
Pretty.
No sex, only sword.
Exactly.
I love that.
No sex, only sword.
Another quote
Now
for
I want
Tagok.
that on a t-shirt.
All right, write it down in the merch section and I'll remember it.
I'm just writing it in my notes, man.
Okay.
I can write it in
Like-
the merch idea.
Not even for Tagok, just for me.
Yeah. All right, Colbert.
Oh god. Ah shit. What am I gonna do a funny introduction to people. Ah, people.
Awkward little man, he's trying his best.
He tries.
Is there a flower vase on the table?
There is an empty drink glass that doesn't seem to be used by anybody at the moment. It is a glass they have discarded from an old drink that they had earlier. It is empty.
Cool. I gotta maneuver. I gotta turn the rose back into liquid. Gonna maneuver it through the air. Hopefully stick it enough so they don't notice. But if they do notice, it's fine. And it's just gonna make a rose appear.
The smaller man, who is pale and kind of sitting in the middle of the three of them, notices it first and laughs a little bit, and he looks up and sees you, and he puts his chin onto his hand, smiling, and then beckons you to come over with a finger.
Oh.
I'm coming over. I'm coming over.
Someone's interested.
As you draw near, he says, "You look like the kind to be able to make a rose out of water." He says as he glances down at the glass on the table that is now filled with your tea.
Yes, I might. I have the rose floating up out of the cup. It's just a little trick I like to do.
He smiles at you and he lightly pokes at the rose, causing it to kind of, almost rotate a little bit in the air. And he says, "Quite a cute trick."
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Great, thank you. And I bring it over. I bring the rose over and just kind of like put it in my mouth.
He laughs a little bit. You notice that the
that
other two people that are in his little group are also eyeing you. The taller one,
3 boyfriends.
Do it.
the
Yeah,
tall,
3 boyfriends.
the tall man with the blue eyes looks at you, and he says to the smaller man, Now, dear, you can't just recruit every cute little thing you meet."
They called you cute, man.
The smaller man rolls his eyes and crosses his arms in front of him. Why did Autobot just fucking clock you? Autobot's like, "No, you can't say gay," even though I already have gay, like, whitelisted
Oh,
as a
no.
term. Come on, Twitch.
I really wanted to write this as homophobic.
Oh, God. Colbert,
There.
what do you do? You little fruit.
Gay panic. Okay.
I feel you, man.
Ah, you poor thing.
Okay. Can you say that line again?
The taller man just says to, his companion, "You can't just recruit every cute little thing you meet."
He called you cute. Just a cute
Hey.
little fish man.
Can I help me?
You
Oh,
got...
what's wrong, little fish man?
Don't antagonize him. He's trying. Bless him.
Don't tease the gay.
Colbert, as you stand there, the man with the reddish skin scoots over a little bit on the booth, allowing you to sit down if you wish.
Ooh. Ooh. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do
God,
it.
my internet cut out for
Oh no!
Oh
There it goes again.
a second. I don't know what you heard
no!
from me.
Heard nothing.
What happened?
We heard nothing from
I heard
you.
nothing.
Okay, what did you say, darling?
Okay. Basically, what I said, Colbert will say, well, we could just be friends for now. I extend my hand out for a handshake and say, my name's Colbert.
They each take your hand and shake it. The middle one says, "My name is Orpheus," and then he tilts his head to either side and says, "These are my husbands, Sol and Davy."
Oh. Wait.
Oh.
Oh, you fucker.
Oh! go.
The reference.
You know what? Hey. I swear if that's fucking outsider.
The reference.
Oh god.
No.
Oh god. You figured it out. You've cracked the code. You've cracked my gay code. You've cracked my. I know you don't get it, Fen.
I don't even fully know it, and it's funny.
This is specifically to torture Song and Foxy.
It's a reference to their other D&D campaign. For those of y'all who don't know.
Yeah. Soul is my character. Soul is my player character. Just for reference.
The outsider is a trickster, twink.
Trickster God, who's kind
And
of dead
twink.
right now. He's dead. Don't worry about it.
He's a twink.
Shush. And then Davy tried to kill me, and there's gay tension. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you made a whole ass piece of art.
Yes, I did. I did, in fact, make a whole piece of art of it, because I'm gay. Continuing on. Oh my god, the distant. The distant screaming of Catboy. Poor Catboy.
Oh my god. Talk back.
This is weird because my character is Soul's brother.
Yeah, your character has almost been recruited to a polycule. You good song.
Okay.
Are you okay, my
Let's carry
child? All right. What do you say to this? Their introductions.
Okay, so their husbands is like, I like your names. That's what he said. Because I didn't like their names.
They smile at you, and Soul says, "Thank you."
I am screaming.
He,
I am screaming.
And me.
God, poor child.
Alright. What drink is Soul having?
Soul is drinking from a rather plain cup, and the drink in it is very unassuming looking. It's just a clear liquid. No ice, just plain room temperature.
I think I know what it is.
Of course you know what it is.
I don't think it'd be this, but my brain just goes to vodka.
You're close.
If you knew, like, what Soul's inspiration was, it'd be very easy to get. But you don't know Soul, unfortunately.
I don't.
Alright, cool. I don't know if I should do it. I'm gonna do it. I will shape the Soul's water, not water, Soul's drink into a ball that has like just to make it look like a sun, like spiky things. Make it look like a sun, like a very
Yeah.
pretty three-dimensional sun. It's like,
Yeah.
there you go.
It's you. The sun.
It's you. Yep, I say, there you go. It's you.
He
Perfect
watches it
reflection.
intently and then smiles at you and says, "You know, it may be unintentional, but you're a pretty good flirt."
I try my best. And now it's just the casual small talk. So what are you guys here for?
Well,
The floating city.
we're on a honeymoon.
Oh.
That's lovely.
Cue careless whispers.
Silence. I can't have shit in this lifetime. I can't have shit in Detroit.
I only know that song because of Deadpool.
God. Of course.
I'm gonna be perfectly honest with y'all.
God.
Oh my god, I love
Halbard says, "Oh, how lovely! Congratulations."
They all smile at you and, give their thanks to you for, congratulating them on their union. Davy then scoots over a little bit, allowing enough room for you to sit down, and he gestures and he's like, "Care to sit down with us?"
Oh, thank you. And I sit. And I have at this point, because I drank some of it while it was in my mouth, the rose is now just a rose. It has no stem.
Yeah.
I just have it floating by my head.
Is there anything else you'd like to talk to the thruple about?
The trouble.
The thruple?
So we just arrived. How much do you guys know about this place? Anything we should know?
Well, they all kind of look at each other a little slyly, and then
Oh god.
Davy leans down and whispers to you and says, "I've heard that there's a secret bar entrance somewhere here, but you need a special password to get into it. We don't know the hint, but we've heard that there is one."
Oh, no way.
Orpheus,
Want your might to know?
they kind of shrug at you and say, "Unfortunately, we haven't been able to get anything out of the locals. Most of them are too drunk to divulge any information right now, I think." But we know that that guy over there, they say as they point across the room, that is the god, and behind him is the entrance. He won't move for anyone who doesn't have the password. Colbart, as you look to where they have pointed, you see a very sturdy-looking man with skin that is a deep red, rather similar to the man that is sitting next to you, but it is much darker. He has long black hair and a thick beard. His eyes are yellow. He stands there very sternly with his arms crossed over his chest. He wears all
I know
black.
I already know who this is because I figured it out earlier.
Of course he did.
It's like, gotcha. So that guard knows the password.
Yep. And he won't tell anybody either. He won't even give us a hint.
I'm gonna go buy him a drink.
Orpheus just kind of laughs at you a little bit and says, "You think we haven't tried that already? We've been trying to butter him up ever since we've been here." But he won't budge. He's good at his job, at least.
I bet some of my friends might know the way to get the password.
Well,
I got good friends. They should be able to figure out something. They're smarter than me.
well, if you at least find out the hint, send it our way. He says as he
For
gives you a
sure.
little bit of a wink.
For sure.
All right. Does Tagok want to do anything?
Just quickly, I'm gonna like get up from the table,
Yes.
and as I walk by, Davies and was it Orpheus?
Yeah.
David and Orpheus rings like shift for a moment, and Davy gets a really pretty songbird, and Orpheus gets like a large flower, like a I forgot what it's called, but it's just a
Very
really
pretty.
pretty flower that
Yeah.
A peony.
I think I like. You go
Yeah.
for that.
Peonies are big. They smile at the little shapes as you leave, and they wave you off. Tagok, would you like to do anything, my friend?
Jade just muted.
Oopsie. Ah,
Ah.
Come on.
I guess I can go back to Kalina and what she
yeah.
is seeing
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
as she
Yeah,
is
how's
watching Nyoka.
How's Nyoka doing?
You have been watching them slowly become more acquainted. The stranger's posture has become less reserved and stiff, and they are starting to open up more, and they are laughing and having a good time with Nyoka.
Aw.
You watch as they lean a little bit closer to Nyoka and cup a hand to whisper something in his ear, and when they pull back, they are smiling at him, and Nyoka's face turns from just a rather plain, still expression slowly into a very mischievous grin.
Oh boy.
And with
Kalina
that,
sees this as she perks an eyebrow. She still keeps an eye on them though. She doesn't move from her seat.
they both then get out of the booth, and Nyoka comes over to you, and he says, I think I found a bit of a hint.
Oh.
He then says to you, apparently there's a password you need to know to get into a secret bar, and I've just been given the hint.
Is that so?
He nods to you happily, and then he coughs a little bit and says, how doth the serpent say, lay judgment aside? He smiles at you before winking, and then turning back to the person he was talking to. He takes their hand in his, and you watch as they go over to the guard that is standing at the back. Nyoka says something to him. He nods and then steps aside briefly, opening the door for both of them to pass, and then he closes it behind him.
Oh, okay. Wait, could you repeat like the hint again?
How doth the serpent say, lay judgment aside?
How doth the serpent say, lay judgment aside?
Very cryptic.
How doth the serpent say, lay judgment aside? Can I make like a history check or something?
Sure.
I think it'll be really funny right now. Culper just comes in to Kalina and say, hey, I figured out something. You need a password to say to that guard over there.
Like, oh yeah, I figured that out already. Nyoka got the password. And she just juts her thumb back to the door. It's like, yeah, he met someone and they're having a fuck, I'm tripping over my words.
Yes.
It's like, yeah, he met someone and they're getting along quite well.
I flirted at Thruple for nothing. Lots off.
Kalina
Oh,
just like
God.
bursts out laughing. Yeah, can I make like a history check on the phrase or whatnot? Like see if
Yeah.
I can figure anything out.
Or you could also talk to Colbart about it now that the two of you know
yeah,
about the
true.
VAR and that there's a hint.
Yeah, like Kalina says, yeah, like she lowers her voice a little bit. The hint is, how doth the serpent say, lay all judgment aside?
How about the serpent say, like judgment aside?
Of course Nyoka gets it.
Duh. Snake boy. Of course I got it.
I think Kalina's gonna try and make that history check now.
Yeah.
'Cause
Go ahead.
Lore.
Go ahead and roll.
Lore.
I'm gonna also make a history check.
Oh! Are you kidding me?
What?
Why the fuck do I get 2 nat 20 history checks in one session?
Damn.
Yo.
Smart ass.
fuck.
Oh
That's
shit, I have a
great.
So yeah,
plus 4
28
in history.
total. So yeah, 28
cool.
total.
Alright, what did Colbart get?
I feel like I should be nerfed.
Yeah, okay. 15.
Don't nerf your intelligence. It's all you got.
15
I know,
base or
still.
15 with your modifier?
With my modifier.
Okay. Colbart, you can deduce that from this hint, you may have to use serpent speech to say the password,
Oh.
but you don't know it. Kalina, you also are able to deduce that you need serpent speech to say the password, and by God, it's as clear as day, it's right in the hint. You need to say, lay judgment aside.
In serpent speak?
Yep. In Nagalayan,
Well, that
you need
makes
to say to the
sense.
guard, lay judgment aside. I thought that you would get it, Tagok, because it is very reminiscent of the speak, friend, and enter.
I'm
From Lord of the
sorry,
Rings.
I'm running on 2 cylinders.
Oh,
Huh.
honey.
My poor darling.
But yeah, Kalina, like she, like it clicks. It's like, oh, you're supposed to
You
speak
got
like
it?
Layan. Yeah.
My
I-
god.
What? It was
I
one of
don't
the
know,
languages
but-
I studied.
Wait, for real?
Yeah.
Yes.
I read.
Ah.
Do you have any idea how many books I've read in my life? How many libraries I've been to? How many languages I've learned? Even before I was a diplomat.
I bet it's a lot.
Because you're a nerd.
Just hear Tagok's voice in the distance.
Because you're a nerd.
Oh, I gotta tell.
Oh,
gonna
I
talk to
see.
you.
Okay.
What?
Oh, you taught me how to say it in DMs. Thank you.
Yes.
Nice.
Well, I'm just gonna mute myself just so I can get the pronunciation right.
She must get the pronunciation. Alright, BCB, you may unmute yourself in preparation. So I have to add him. God.
Oh, dear.
Almost.
Oh shit, my slingy.
Almost.
I have no idea
Time.
where one.
She be practicing. Yes, I know that you're here the whole time. I was just giving you the okay to unmute, because it is almost your cue, my friend.
Woo! Special guest.
Tagok, you are standing somewhat near Kalina, and Clement is with you as you stand there. And Clement goes up to Kalina and Colbart, and they fill him in on what's going on, and he gestures you to come over.
I kind of shrug and just follow.
Clement then
And Fen is
explains.
just here.
Clement then explains to you, they seem to think that there is a secret bar behind that guard, and we need a password. It seems Kalina's already figured it out. Now we just need to say it and get in.
Yes.
What was the hint again?
How doth the serpent say, lay judgment aside.
Clement.
Clement,
He's gonna run off for a second.
Clement then kind of looks around a little bit and says, "Where's Fen?"
That is a good question.
In the corner, fucking terrified.
No.
Oh.
They're
They're
over
not-
there.
Oh.
Tega, you spot Fen kind of awkwardly standing up against a wall while a gaggle of drunken women all dote on Asumi.
Oh, they don't look like they're having a good time.
I'll get them.
Alright, you sure?
Yeah.
You just want to take them outside? Maybe give them a breather?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. I think me and Clement will head down into that secret bar, see what it's all about.
And Colbart, if he so pleases.
And Colbart.
Oh, Cover has walked off for
Oh.
a second.
What's
He's
Colbart
somewhere
gonna
else.
do?
We don't know.
He's
Yeah, I was like, and Colbart. Oh, where's Colbart now?
and oh god, where's Colbart?
We blinked and he was gone. Yeah.
Yeah, Kalina, she just sighs and just looks at Clement, just like, well, guess it's us two.
Yep. Let's go.
Yes. And they go. The pronunciation I'm gonna do is gonna be so bad, but I can just say that Kalina's rusty at Nagalayan.
Yeah, she tries. All right.
Been a
It's
while.
been years since she's studied.
You walk up to the guard, and he stares down at you. It's now your cue, BCB. Go ahead. Just to be an ass, what is my
Oh
line?
my god.
Just ask them for the password, my guy. You know.
Okay, I'm gonna, the pronunciation is gonna be so bad. Dejale el juicio a un lado.
That is terrible. You may enter.
Thank
He-
you.
Is it in Spanish?
It's in
Yes,
Spanish.
it is. It is in Spanish.
But yeah, I guess Kalina and Clement, they enter.
As the guard closes the door behind you, you are met with a dim, open room. There is music playing lowly, and
God.
you see a stage almost in that juts out from the center. There are exotic dancers that are putting on
Oh
a
my
performance.
God. Oh my god. Oh my god.
16!
Forgetting the fucking thing. I keep forgetting the
Yoga
fucking thing.
16!
Oh boy.
What's the hint again?
Do I just have to put the hint in thing for you?
Please.
You poor thing. You poor sweet thing. There are no thoughts behind those eyes, are there?
Oh
Well, my therapist thinks I have ADD.
You poor thing. Okay, there. There. I put it there for you, Jesus Christ. Yes, Ethan, this does mean that Tagok is separated from Kalina. Tagok doesn't
Yep.
know how to speak Nagalayan,
I do not know.
and neither does Fen. Probably, most likely.
I know.
Technically, Song knows how to speak Nagalayan.
Yeah. Because Song is a fucking native Spanish
No lo
speaker.
sé, porque yo hablo español.
Go crazy.
Yo hablo español. Yo puedo hablar Nagalayan.
I know.
fun.
Common, Primordial, and Elvish as a placeholder.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
Common
boy.
and Germanic.
Kalina, as you and Clement enter, you notice that this place is similar to the other bar, but it's not as bright. It still is very colorful, but more subdued and dim. You notice that most of the people are either sitting and watching the stage, putting their coins up on the stage for the performers to take, or couples that are huddled over in the corner, making out or being more sexual in nature.
Oh god. Oh god.
I'm glad I'm not in that bar.
Yeah, Kalina,
Yeah.
I'll
she
have to
sees
deal
this.
with it.
Kalina, she sees this and she's like, oh my goodness.
Fen would
Suckers.
freak the fuck out.
Yeah.
Like, her face is bright red. From embarrassment.
Suckers.
How's Clement doing?
Clement
Oh, man.
is standing next to you, just about as stiff as you are, kind of frozen in place. As he
Well- Oh, go ahead.
looks across the room, just like, ah.
Well,
Suckers.
we're here already. Might as well enjoy it, right? Oh, I've never done
Yeah.
anything like this before.
Me either. Where'd Noka go? He's just a kid, right? What's he doing here?
He had found this person he thought was interesting, and they started talking, and then Yoka dragged them down here after getting the password. I mean, I trust him, but I don't know. I just don't want him getting taken advantage of.
That's fair, but if we can find him, maybe we can keep an eye on him from afar, at least.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be too hard.
As you say this and look around the room, you are able to spot the very familiar magenta of his uniform, and you see his blonde hair.
Oh,
He is
boy.
sitting over off in a corner on a large couch. The man from before is sitting on his lap, and Nyoka is gently holding him around the waist as he looks up at him and smiles.
Aww. Yeah, like Clea, she just smiles, just like, found him. Aww.
Clement turns to look at them, and he puts a hand over his chest and sighs very heavily.
Well, you know they're here. Let's leave them be.
Quite. I don't want to spy on them.
Same. Well, we have the dancers. Might as well enjoy.
Yeah?
And Kalina, like, she does like a little playful nudge.
Clement
Even though she's bright red.
Clement rolls his eyes, and he walks over to an empty couch that is situated close to the stage for the two of you to sit down at.
Yeah.
As you sit down and watch the stage, you see a myriad of different dancers in different outfits. One of them is wearing a strange dress that is fully transparent but stiff in nature, and it billows out. They seem to be wearing shiny leather boots as they hang from a silk on the ceiling as they strum away at their instrument.
Bard.
Yes.
They make eye contact with you and wink as they pull their fingers across the strings.
And Kalina, she kind of blushes and just kind of turns away shyly. She's never done anything like this before.
There is also another
Scandalous.
dancer. They seem to be much more masculine in their presence. Most of their legs are exposed, and what they wear on their bottom half cuts up high near their hips, and they seem to be
Oh,
wearing
boy.
a fancy waistcoat. Their long blonde hair whips around as they continue their singing.
Yeah, Kalina's eyes are caught on this person. It's a dude. And she's just like staring mesmerized, and she's just bright red. But she's also still very shy.
Question is Clemens also this guy? Love corner? Love corner?
Oh my
Ding.
god.
And I don't want to say love
And I'm
triangle.
actually
because that's
actually bright
technically
red. Oh
incorrect.
my god.
You
I did
poor
not expect
thing.
th-
You
I did
poor
not
thing.
expect this. My god.
I'm so glad I'm not there.
Yeah, be glad.
The singing performer makes eye contact with you. His eyes are a fiery orange. He winks at you as he moves his body seductively and then turns his attention to the people more at the front who are throwing money at him.
Cletus, once they wink at her, her face just goes bright red, and she just, kind of hides her face a little bit. And she just kind of mutters to Clement, it's like, I really have never done anything like this. Most people my age have, and yet there's me. I'm here. Oh god.
To be fair, I'm twice your age and I've never done this either, so don't feel too alone.
Still, you'd have expected someone my age to at least been in a relationship at this point.
It's not an obligation.
I know, but it would be nice. You know? Most people that have expressed interest in me have only wanted me for my money. You know that.
Clement looks at you, sad when he says, yeah, I know. I've got the same problem.
Well, you've got Seagram.
Who
I
knows
saw
if
the
I...
way you looked at him.
He smiles a little bit before dropping it to a frown and says, I'll probably never see him again, though.
Who's to say?
True, but that's not something we have to think about now. We've got a lot more on our plates than romance.
Yeah, that's true.
As the two of you are kind of sadly reminiscing over your lack of romance situation, Another you hear over all of the song and dance of the bar. It has now stopped, and a voice says, "Well, that's all for the performance of the twins, Dios and Eros." And
Oh my
now
god.
you finally
You fucker.
the reveal. She scream. And now it is time for Aurora. As the two dancers that were on the stage before exit, waving, blowing kisses, and winking at the crowd, another one comes onto stage from behind the curtains. She is wearing armor, it almost looks like, but it is far more decorative than protective. Her face is covered by almost a cage-like helmet and a veil that drags along the floor is suspended up on top of a crown that circles her head. She walks down the stage a little bit before she starts doing these slow rhythmic movements, as the only sound you can hear is the gentle clicking of her heels against the wooden stage.
Oh, lesbian me is panicking now. Fuck. It's so weird because, like, my character in game is straight.
Yeah,
but
you just had to play a
gay.
straight person.
I am gay.
You are gay.
I'm just gonna make TikTok mine my level of gay. So
There's probably just a cameo of a person that looks like me in the crowd, and I'm just panicking. That's me.
Yeah, it's you.
That's me.
You both watch her with intrigue as she begins to bend her body. She does flips that you would imagine would be difficult for anybody to do even fastly, but she does them at a painfully slow pace, able to bend her body in ways you have never seen before as she
Oh, damn.
continues down the stage.
Whoa.
There is
impressive.
there's a hoop that is suspended at the very end of the stage, and as she nears it, a spotlight shines on it.
Ew.
She reaches out and steps up onto it as it is hoisted above the stage, and she begins to entwine herself in it as it spins. The music
that is cool.
that begins to play is almost haunting. You don't know, most people in the crowd don't know whether to be aroused or horrified and scared.
Hell yeah.
It feels as if there's a ghost dancing before you, and you can't bear to look away.
Having sex with a ghost.
Shut up!
Damn. Salmon song, no!
Kalina, though, as you are watching her, you tear your eyes away from a moment as just below where you are looking, you see again that Nyoka and the stranger are still sitting together. You glance down now and see that they are full on making out.
Smooching.
They're snogging. They're snagging.
God. Yeah, Kalina sees this, she's like, yeah. Like, just like internally.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay.
And then looks back. He's having fun. But yeah, she just goes back to watching and just kind of is thinking to herself.
Now, let us go back to Colbart, who is still outside in the
Who is
mellow,
MIA.
in the mellow bar.
God. Okay. I'm gonna go back to the trouble.
All right.
I go to them and say, hey, any of you guys know Nagalaya?
They all kind of look at you curiously for a moment and then say, well, and then they all look at Soul. And he's like, it's been a long time since I've practiced, but yes, I know it.
Good. Cause I know the hint.
All of their eyes light up at this, and Orpheus kind of leans forward and is like, oh, what is it?
It is, how doth the serpent say, lay judgment aside.
Orpheus kind of looks at you for a moment, and then to Soul, and then Davy, and then his eyes kind of light up again. He says, oh, I get it. You have to say, lay all judgment aside, but in Nagalayan. Very interesting.
Yes.
They give you a grin, and then Orpheus stands up, prompting the other two to follow suit, and they say, well, do you want to come with us?
Oh, yes, please. Actually, give me 1 second. I should probably tell, I should probably tell someone that I'm gonna go there, because I don't want them to worry, but I'll be right back.
All right, we'll be waiting.
I go run to Tagon and Fen and say that, hey, okay, so we figure out the password for the secret bar. I'm gonna go there. Kalina and Clement are also there. Yeah. Just letting you know.
Okay. I'm debating if I should have Tagok follow.
I'll tell you that you want the what's it called? You want the hint for it in case you need it.
Sure.
Okay, it is how doth the serpent say, lay judgment aside. Basically, you need to say lay judgment aside by Nagalayan. I don't know if you know that, but I'm sure you can find someone that knows that.
Okay, but just keep an eye on things. I'm gonna
Will do.
stay out here.
And I run back to Soul Orpheus and Davy.
They wait for you as they stand just near the guard. As you come closer, you see that Soul goes up to the guard and leans close-ish to him and supposedly says the password. The guard stares at him for a moment and then nods before stepping aside, allowing you all to walk in.
I really wanted you to. I really want to hear you say that.
I am not gonna speak Spanish. I am too white. I would humiliate myself.
Oh my god. Spare him. Spare him.
Spare me the
on.
embarrassment. No,
Do
no. Tell me how it's actually said and I'll try.
Deja el juicio Un lado.
All right. Dejar el juicio un lado. Right? Yeah? Am I too white?
Yeah, that is
Fine.
close enough.
Shut up!
Well-
Shut up, BCB! Don't you slander me!
Close enough.
I'm trying, okay?
We got the two native Spanish speakers here.
Sobs.
This is
Sobs.
fun for us.
Colbert, as you and the thruple walk in, you see the dancer suspended above the stage, hanging from the ring. Her body is intertwined with it as she seemingly floats above everybody else. There is a very still silence except for the haunting music that you are greeted with upon your entry.
I'm having sex with a ghost. Stop.
No.
I'm alone.
No. Colbert, you spot Kalina and Clement, who are sitting on a couch just to the right of the stage and are just staring up at the dancer, unable to tear their eyes away, much like everybody else in the bar.
Except those who are making out.
What'd you say?
Except those who are making out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Colbert, you also look around and then see Nyoka and their mystery companion making out on a couch over in a far corner of the room.
Just gonna say to the circle, oh, looks like my friend is having fun over there.
Orpheus laughs a little bit and says, maybe you should find somebody to get up into a corner with.
Eh. First gotta find out somebody. And then I'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
I'm gonna
thruple
go.
goes and finds an empty seating arrangement near the stage. And they sit down and watch the show.
I'm gonna go over to Kalina and Clement and just like sit at the with them.
Kalina?
Like she sees Colbert just like, oh, you managed to get down here.
Yup, found someone that knows Nagaland.
Oh, I see.
I point over to the throuple, like they're really nice.
Oh.
Love them.
Oh,
Yeah, they're
well that's
they're
lovely.
here for their honeymoon.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Three of them.
well that's quite lovely.
Anyways, who's Nyoka's friend over there?
Just someone that he just met. He's having fun.
Amazing.
As you are talking about him, you watch as the person that was sitting on his lap gets up, and then Nyoka does as well. They both seem to have rather mischievous grins on their faces. You notice that Nyoka's
God.
hair, which is usually pulled back into a
Oh no.
nice and neat
no,
ponytail,
No.
is all fucked up.
I swear.
As long as it's off screen, buddy. As long as it's off screen.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Nyoka's partner gestures over to somewhere, and then Nyoka follows. You see them
before
exit through a door that leads to the outside,
Oh boy.
and
that,
they disappear through it.
Wait, like the outside of the bar?
A back alley.
Yeah.
But
Kalina,
yes.
like, she sees this and she can't help but, like, feel a little worried. Like, she trusts Nyoka.
But they're still child.
Yeah, like technically, like, you know, like, age of consent in this universe is, like, 15, and, like, you know, as long as they're, like, I don't know. Eros, explain it.
Under 3 years age difference. Like, once you turn 15, nobody older than 18, you are allowed to engage in any kind of relationship, romantic or sexual.
Okay.
Yeah, like, Kalina, like, she's just, like, like, she trusts him, and she wants to just, like, try and keep an eye on him, but she also doesn't want to seem clingy.
Yeah.
I'll ask. I'll go over to Kalina and say, "You want me to keep an eye on them?"
I guess?
I'm pretty sneaky. Trust me, I had to keep an eye on a bunch of kids from my village before. I don't know what I'm doing.
Culbert's gonna fucking snoop.
Oh, God.
You
Yes.
heathen.
Yes.
Heathen!
His village was very much, it takes a whole village to raise a child kind of place. So, like, he had to take care of a bunch of the kiddos that got into trouble.
But yeah, Kalina, she just, like, looks at Colbert, looks back at the door, and then looks back at Colbert and nods. Alright, just... I don't know.
Clement pipes up and says, "Don't embarrass them, for God's sake."
Oh, I won't. I'll only embarrass them if they do something shitty.
Clement gives you a slight stern look, and he's like, "Come on now. Let the kids have their fun,
Why?
Jesus Christ."
Fine. Get up and go over to the door. I'm gonna listen just to see if
Oh,
they're
God.
there. Don't describe anything. I'm just gonna listen to see if they're there.
And Colbert, you go over to the closed door, and you hear the very distant sound of Nyoka speaking, but you can't make out anything that he's saying. It seems that they are fairly far from the door.
I'm just gonna lay I'm gonna just stay by the door, kind of just laying on the wall, and just keeping an ear in case I hear anything dangerous, like if they're in trouble or something.
Kalina's still worried, like, she's probably just, like, kind of fidgeting a little bit and keeps looking back at the door.
Clement places a hand on your shoulder and pats it and says, "They'll be all right."
I know, I don't know why I'm so worried about him. I don't know why. It's baby.
'Cause you're close with his brother, you're close with their father.
You're close.
I guess we've only known each other for a few days, you know that. But I don't know.
You have a tendency to be very caring towards people. I'm not surprised. He says as he
I
gives
guess
you a little
that's
bit of a
true.
cheeky grin.
Oh, shut up. But, yeah, I don't know. Like, I know he can make his own decisions, and I trust him on those. But still. I don't know why. Why do I have to just worry so much about everything? It would make life a lot much easier if I didn't.
But then again, if you didn't worry about things, worse things would happen. So, it's good in that regard, I'd say.
I guess that's true, but even then, it's just... I don't know. Kalina just kind of looks down at her hands on the floor.
Clement just rests his hand on your back in a comforting manner. Not saying anything, but just simply being there to provide you comfort.
Yeah, Kalina, she kind of leans closer to him a little bit. Which is kind of awkward because he's so much shorter than her.
He pulls you closer by grabbing you from your other arm and, pulling you into a bit of a side hug.
Yeah. Thanks, Clement.
Anytime, kid.
So,
Now to Taegon and Fen, if you
Of course.
if they
Tagok and
want.
Fen. Do y'all wanna do a thing? Y'all wanna talk? You wanna...
Well, what if they see them come out of the alley? Oh.
get some Taegon and Fen interaction. We actually don't get much of
Yeah. Tagok, Fen, what you finna do?
Right now, we're just chilling outside.
They're
Very
just vibing.
awkwardly, because we don't really interact a whole lot.
Yeah.
But Kalina told Tagok to keep an eye on Fen.
I feel like Fen, oh no, will kind of just maybe start kind of wandering off, see if there's something else I can do.
Alright. Tagok, do you follow Fen in their wandering?
Yep.
Alright. Fen, as you
Kalina gave Tagok a task.
start wandering off around the area of this ship where all the bars are, you notice that there is a bit of an alleyway that has been blocked off. But not very well. It is just covered up by a simple board that seems to only be holding on by one nail in the top corner. And if you were to pull it back,
Security.
you would definitely be able to get into the alleyway.
Oh, I want to investigate that.
I'll follow.
As you near the alleyway, you hear voices coming from somewhere ahead. You hear two voices, one that seems rather familiar and one that you don't recognize at all. It's too far away for
Hold
you
it.
to make any distinction as to who exactly it is, but
Hold it.
you hear them ahead as you pull back the board, revealing the alleyway ahead.
As I kind of go investigate the voices, kind of sneakily. I don't really want them to, know that I'm trying to listen in or investigate them.
Yeah.
I will reluctantly follow.
As you creep into the alleyway, the voices become louder and louder. You pick up bits and pieces of what it is. It seems that it's definitely two people who are engaging in a much more sultry act in the back alley.
Oh god.
You catch bits and pieces of dirty talk that you don't really understand
God,
what it
no.
means, but
I put a hand on Fenn's shoulder. We should probably go.
I just kind of look up at Tagok and just kind of like, why? Like, Fenn's awkward around people, but Fenn, like, Tiff, this is gonna sound really weird, but hang with me here. To Fenn, this is, like, a normal part of, like, animal nature. So
No,
Fenn
that's
is just
valid.
like,
Yeah.
so Fenn is just like, yeah, like, this is normal. Fenn just doesn't, like, the part, it wasn't so much what
Like the
people were
privacy
doing.
part.
yeah.
It was, yeah, it wasn't so much what people were doing, it was more just, there were so many of them.
Yeah.
But, like, Fenn is just like, okay, like, Fenn is just kind of confused with the whole, like, hey, privacy when doing this kind of stuff. Because, like, animals don't have privacy when they do.
Yeah.
It's being really weird right now.
No privacy in the woods
No,
when you're
it
fucking.
makes sense.
It-
It makes sense.
And so, like, Fenn is, I feel like Fenn is very, like, animalistic, kind of. I don't know if that's a word.
A feral child.
Like,
Feral child.
yeah. So, Fenn is just like, why?
Let's give them some privacy.
Fenn's just kind of, Fenn looks at Tagok and just kind of is very confused, but kind of nods.
Fen, as you go to turn away from your descent into the alleyway, you hear the voices again, and this time it definitely strikes you as a voice you know, and it hits you. One of those voices is Nyoka.
Okay.
Oh
I
dear.
feel like since Fen sees Nyoka as like a pup, little puppy, Fen is gonna want to stick by, be protective. So Fen just kind of sits down in the alley.
Oh my god.
God almighty.
Internally, I am just banging my head against a wall.
Slam, slam,
Fen
slam,
doesn't understand
slam.
what the fuck is going on.
Hey, we should really leave them to it.
Fen gets up and kind of grudgingly then goes with Tagok.
Okay, I'm glad I talked. I was really tempted to just fucking pick you up.
Grabs.
Grabs.
Get your ass. Get your ass over here.
And then I guess, yeah, Fen just kind of walks out the alley and continues walking on. And I don't know where Fen's going, just in a random direction.
Wander. I will follow, but yeah, we're
We're leaving.
sorry, bud, but we're not going down the alley.
Nope,
That's a
not
nah.
today. Not today.
Maybe a different alley, but not that one.
As the two of you sort of wander about the middle courtyard of the tavern ship, you see that a lot of the faces you had seen before are some of them are still milling about, some a little more drunk than others, as they all seem to be either talking or bickering with one another, or simply just staggering off to the lodging ship where they will go to bed for the night.
I guess Fen just kind of continues on, seeing if I can, I don't know, find anything interesting.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna wander with.
Fen, you notice that the center courtyard is nicely landscaped. There are trees and bushes and ornamental flowers that are all planted there with benches for you to sit at.
I climb a tree.
All right. You want to roll for that, buddy? Agility?
Do it. Climb
would
the
that be?
tree.
Climb the tree.
With advantage, because I'd assume you're pretty good at it.
What
In
role
general.
would that be?
Agility. Roll for agility.
Agility.
Oh. It would be
Yeah, I don't see
acrobatics.
it.
There's athletics and acrobatics, not agility.
Okay.
I feel like agility is just a mix of the two. My brain just found the middleman.
Okay, and then you said
Sorry.
with advantage,
Yeah.
I have a 13.
Alright. You go to climb up the tree and find that it's a little hard, as some of the branches are more neatly manicured than more wild trees that are naturally occurring. And you struggled a little bit to find your footing, but you are eventually able to find your grip, and then you are able to perch up in some of the lower branches of this tree in the middle of the courtyard.
Okay, I just kind of perched there, kind of looking around, making sure, like, everything is good. Kind of, like, keeping watch.
Yeah. Asumi lays down at the base of the tree.
She's pretty used to this.
Yeah.
Climb.
Climb. Tegak, what do you do?
I probably just lean against the tree. You good up there?
Yes.
Okay. It's not really a conversation person.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Two people who are not good at conversation. Together. Doing things together.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Very fun.
we have the forest gremlin and the grumpy bitch.
Grumpy BHTM.
Both of which are not good at talking.
Yeah. Well, since they're obviously not gonna say anything, damn it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, it's in character. I vibe.
Yeah.
Also can't think of things to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's also just like, yeah, Fen just doesn't really talk a ton.
And also they're not like close enough for a conversation to even start.
Yeah. They're just
They-
kind of
They
vibing.
kind of exist together.
Yeah. Back in the secret bar, Kalina, Clement, and Colbert are all there. Colbert, who is stationed next to the back door, ready at a moment's notice to go check on Nyoka, and Kalina and Clement are kind of just moping a little bit on the couch next to the stage.
think Kalina, she's gonna speak up a little bit. You know, when we planned on going out, I thought it would relieve some stress. I don't know if it did that.
Yeah, unfortunately. Feels like we're just too stressed about everything to release any of it, and
Yeah,
every little attempt just causes more, huh?
exactly.
Hopefully.
Maybe this is why I didn't go out as a kid.
Yeah, I don't blame you, but Clement pats you on the shoulder and says, hopefully, once we find some more concrete answers, that'll put our minds at a bit more ease.
Yes. I really just wish I didn't worry so much.
I know. Takes a lot of effort to not.
Yeah.
Clement sits for a moment before he laughs a little bit and says, it's funny. I used to be the one that was always worrying about you. Now, you're the one who's always worrying. Seems like I've passed it on to you. Unfortunately.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, come on now. After your father passed, well, your mother entrusted me with watching after you when she wasn't around. So, I was constantly worried about you.
That's true.
I wanted to make sure that you'd turn out okay without your dad. Even though I knew that I could never be him, I always tried to be even half as good.
Well, I think you did a pretty good job. I mean, look at me.
He gives you a warm smile, and he pats you on your cheek and says, yep. Even though you're not my kid, you're still my little girl.
Oh, Clement. I'm not so little anymore.
I know that.
I've been taller than you for how long now? Since I was, 16?
Yes, I am well aware of that.
It's hard to remember a time when I was shorter than you. It was so long ago.
He rolls his eyes at you and says,
What?
Eh.
It's true. I'd end up being taller than both my parents.
what were they feeding you anyways?
I have no idea.
The both of you now feel a little bit more at ease, and the tension has released, even if just a little bit,
Yeah,
as you joke to one another, reminiscing.
yeah.
You notice from the other side of the room that there is a larger man who seems to be intently watching Colbert. He seems to be rather curious about what Colbert is doing.
What does this larger man look like? Do I recognize him?
No. You don't recognize him, but he has a very striking appearance. He is very tall, and he has pale green skin, green eyes, and white hair.
So, pale green skin, green eyes, white hair. Kalina, like, she sees this person eyeing Colbart, and like she kind of looks a little curiously at them. They're kind of just like, why are you eyeing my friend?
Yeah.
Like, not like suspiciously, but just more like confused.
Mhm.
Maybe a little suspicious, but
They
not to the.
do
yeah.
not notice that you have noticed them. But Colbart, as you are standing by the door, you feel the presence of a pair of eyes on you that didn't seem to be there before. Would you like to make a perception check, friend? Colbart,
Colbart.
are you there?
What? What?
Perception check, buddy.
What?
Perception check. You feel like somebody's watching
Okay.
you.
Ooh.
Oh. Someone's watching me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Feels like
Okay.
someone has eyes on your back.
Well, that's 11.
Oh, God. You look around the bar, and you see that Kalina is looking between you and somebody else. You try to follow where her eyes are, but it seems that they are blocked by a group of people that are moving from their booth to up closer to the stage, but they have stopped in the middle of the room and are just sort of talking idly, blocking your view.
And then try to move around and see whoever's like looking at me.
As you try to readjust, you slowly see an individual come into view. They are very tall, a very looming presence. They stand out to you in this dark room with their long white hair, their pale green skin, and eyes. And as you meet their gaze, they do not look away.
Oh boy.
Interesting.
Hmm.
And I'll walk
What
over
do you
to.
do?
I don't know. Kind of. Maybe I should walk over to like Kalina or Clemens. Have them closer to me in case something happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that.
As you walk over to Kalina and Clement, you notice that the individual doesn't really move from their position, but they do continue to follow you with their eyes.
You know what that guy's about?
Selena, like, she lowers her voice. No, I'm not sure. Do you not recognize them?
I don't think so. No.
Kalina, she's starting to grow a little uneasy. Given how events of just a couple days prior.
Yeah.
Hey, where's the? Can I spot the thruple?
The thruple is pretty much exactly opposite to all of you on the other side of the stage. As the different performers come on and off the stage doing their different shows.
Are they 30 feet or less away from me?
Yes.
Good. I can shape water one of their drinks. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna sneakily shape water to one of their drinks to just make it wiggle, like float up in the air and wiggle.
He's like, hey.
Yeah. Hey. Hopefully they get their attention, and I'm just gonna be like, and once they like look at me, I'm just gonna look at the guy.
All right. As you focus your attention to getting theirs with a little wiggle of their drink, you notice that they kind of smile a little bit, assuming that you are doing it, and they look around the room quickly before noticing you. And they wave at you from across the stage.
I make eye contact, and I look at the guy. And
Yeah, like-
just give,
Like, kind of pointing with your eyes, just like,
yeah,
there,
pointing with the eye.
there.
Just like,
They're looking at me and I don't like it.
Eee.
like either that will get them to have eyes on them in case something happens, or maybe get like security if just make someone else
Aware.
I guess.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes, because I trust them. I help them out to get in here, and they seem super nice. So.
Yeah. As
You know,
you
Saul.
gesture at the man with your eyes, Davy is the first to turn ever so slightly to glance, and he then leans into the other two and says something. They all look at each other, nod, and then they look back at you. Their faces are rather serious, and they just nod briefly to you.
I do the same. I nod briefly.
As you are all sitting in this, the air feels rather tense now as you are waiting to see if anything happens.
Yeah, Kalina's definitely really nervous now. She's worried that something's gonna happen again.
Yeah.
Ah.
Just
And
a
Agag isn't there.
quick reminder. Oh yeah, I remember who saw. Okay. Culbart, as you are keeping an eye on this man who is watching you from across the room, you feel a light hand from behind tap you.
Pretty sure that will spook me a little bit, and I turn to see who it is.
As you turn around, you see the familiar face of the Violet Fire Mage from the Mage's Bar, Vestel.
Yo! Yo!
Ah.
Nice.
He grins at you, and then you notice a person next to him, a very thin-looking blonde man in red and green robes.
Hell yeah.
Vestel grins at you and says, "May we join you?"
Yes, of course.
With that, they come around to the other side of the couch and sit down with you all.
Yeah,
The couch-
I'm kind of like standing.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of like standing like behind the couch, but I'm with them.
Yeah.
The couch is not crowded, but if Culbart were to sit down, it might be a little squished, but not terribly so.
Mm-hmm.
And Vestel sits down with his companion, slinging an arm over his shoulder. before he tilts his head back up at you and says, "So, what brings you to this bar?"
You know, exploring.
Oh. How much
Yeah.
exploring do you like to do? He says as he gives you a
Kalina
very
overhears.
cheeky grin.
Kalina overhears this and her face just goes bright red.
Oh, wouldn't you like to know? I pat his head.
He laughs, and you notice that his companion turns his head away slightly, his pale face kind of red.
But I'm gonna lean in like close to them and say, okay, but on a serious note, do you know who that guy is? Been staring at me.
And not in
Vestel,
a good way.
And then not
Vestel,
in that way.
Vestel leans his head forward and looks at the man. He glances over him for a moment and then tilts his head back up to you and says, "Oh, I think I know that guy. He is a spirit warrior."
Oh. Wait a minute. Oh my god.
Voxy's
just-
gonna deck me in the face, and I know it.
Confused.
Vestel taps his chin and says, "I believe his name was something like Jace? Was it Jace?" He says as he looks down at his partner.
Oh my god.
And the man then says in a very quiet voice, "It was Jade, sweetheart."
This is a character from the other campaign.
That I made.
Okay,
My
I was
God.
very confused. I was very confused there.
Foxy's angry.
Over on your mic.
Foxy's peeking. Foxy's
Don't
fucking
raise on your
peeking.
mic.
Step away from your right, queen. You're peeking.
It's Tagok's thing. Tagok's supposed to be aggressive.
Listen, I told you I was feeling very unoriginal when I wrote the synopsis for this, okay? This is for Jade, the player. There is a god character in our first campaign with Foxy, Song, BCB, and I. And he is the Jade Mountain Warrior. He is the god that Soul worships in-game.
Oh. Yeah, you've told me about them before.
Yeah. He's
Okay,
he's the handsome gay man who
yeah.
just grabs Mika by the scruff and says, "I'm adopting her."
Yeah, and there's some shit with a sword or something.
Yeah. Gay shit.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Soul's Gay
I
Awakening.
got you.
Soul's Gay Awakening.
I got you.
Not in this though. They're not connected in any way in this narrative.
Okay.
Yeah. So Vestel's partner says his name was Jade. And then Vestel snaps his fingers and was like, "Oh, yeah, that's right. It's because he's green, like Jade."
How original.
Silent Jade.
Yes, Jade. Yes, you are.
You are a
I'm a god
god.
now.
You are a god.
I am
Congrats.
the canonical god now.
Congrats,
You
sweetie.
are.
Suck it.
And then
Yes.
Vestel turns a little bit on the couch and says to you, he's one of those people born of rock, you know? He was found deep within the earth, they say, and from a huge cluster of jade, and he protects the earth, if you will. I don't know why he's interested in you, though. Curious.
Me either. Not gonna lie. I don't think knowing who he is really changes the fact that I'm kind of creeped out by his staring. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand, but I don't think he's malicious or anything. I think he's a pretty good guy. I've seen him helping a lot of people around here in the city. So, I doubt that his intents are malicious of any kind. Vestel's partner then turns to you and says, I've heard recently that he's been looking for a partner. Maybe he fancies you but is too shy to say something.
Aw.
Oh my.
Kalina hears this and she just looks down at Taegong, just like, oh. But also mentally just like, why is everyone finding love? She doesn't want to be jealous, but she's kind of jealous.
I look back at Jade and just... I just want to see what he's doing now.
He, now, when you make eye contact with him, he doesn't turn his head away, but he quickly averts his eyes. And he crosses his arms a little tighter over his chest as he is leaned up against the wall. Colbert said he wanted to find some romance.
Potential.
Potential romance.
Potential.
That
God.
will not be confusing at all.
Every time I mention him, Jade's just gonna be like, huh? What?
Huh?
Who, me? No,
What?
not you, fool. You dumb.
Oh dear.
You fool.
You absolute fool.
So,
Ah, yes.
what you
I'm-
gonna do?
Gonna buy myself a drink first.
Colbert needs alcohol.
He needs
Uh,
liquid.
Liquid courage.
He needs the liquid for seduction.
Charisma +1.
Yeah, charisma
Yeah.
+1.
I only had one alcoholic drink and some tea tonight. I'm gonna need at least two
Yeah.
more.
Oh, God. Or one
Yeah,
really
like-
strong
I'm gonna
one.
go. Maybe, yeah. I'm gonna go buy myself a drink. I'm gonna go over to the throuple. It said that, okay, someone told me that an acquaintance, friend, literally just met today, told me that that is Jade.
It's gonna be so confusing.
He cries.
It'll work.
That
That's
is-
fine.
That is Jade. And rumors has it that he's been looking for a partner.
At you saying this, Orpheus raises his eyebrows and then a grin slowly creeps on his face. He gives you a sturdy pat on the back and says, well, good luck then. As he gives you a little bit of a wink.
Fucking terrified me at first. God.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go.
doesn't seem that he's very well versed in flirting.
No.
Colbert is not gay nor straight, he is just fish.
Okay.
Just fish.
So I
But
know he has
also-
like a slight crush on Kalina.
Yeah. But he also
Like
kissed
crushing
Charon. So
I
Yeah,
don't really
also
think
takes
he
care of
is
Grim
like the
Reaper.
concept. I don't think he
Flirted with the
cares.
thruple.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
tonight's gonna be
It's
a
the
night
Grim
of
Reaper.
fun.
Gives off Pan and Polly vibes.
yeah,
Yes.
Doesn't care about gender. Does not care. Sees
not
pretty
care.
human. Pretty human. Or pretty person.
pretty individual. Who cares? I will kiss, says Colbart.
Yeah, it's like, hello, I would like to hold your hand.
All right, Colbart, what you gonna do, buddy?
I'm gonna get like a big glass of something. Hopefully something that looks pretty. I'm gonna get a big glass, drink like half of it, and I'm just gonna make my way over there to Jade.
You tell the bartender, give me something that looks nice and is big. And they hand you a glass that seems to almost have an ombre effect to it. It is very tall, and the colors are not too different from the colors of your scales you find. There's it's an ombre from a deep blue to a bright green.
Nice.
Okay.
I'm gonna drink like half of it, and I'm gonna walk over to Jade.
As you walk over to him, you see him shift a little bit, almost nervously.
How much taller is Jade Colbart?
Almost twice as tall. He is a
Hell yeah.
very tall man.
Liquid courage.
Liquid courage. What I'm gonna do, straightforward, easy for both of us. Gonna extend my hand out and say, "Hi, I'm Colbart."
He meets your eyes again and holds out his hand to you and shakes it and says, I'm Jade.
Nice to meet you, Jade.
He his face turns a slightly darker shade of green, and then he says, so what made you want to come over here and talk to me?
Well, I can't help but notice someone across the room staring at me.
His eyes kind of he seems surprised almost, and he's like, his eyes quickly dart away. He says, how was that obvious?
Oh, yeah. But to be fair, we had to come across some troubles on the way here. We kind of had to keep our guard up for so long, it's second nature.
He looks down at you, almost a little bit guilty, and he says, oh, I must have been quite concerning. I'm sorry.
No, it's alright. And we had a couple times we have met some people that seem terrifyingly scary, but once we got to know them, turns out to be really nice people. So yeah, concerned at first, but always up to give someone a chance.
He smiles a little bit and then says, well, I guess I should be glad that you immediately didn't dismiss me as some sort of creep.
Yeah. Yep. And then I'm gonna use what's left of my drink. Gonna float it up. And I'm gonna morph it into a really No, I'm gonna morph it into a bird that will fly around a little bit and land on his shoulder.
He watches it with intrigue as you do so. And he says, "That's a pretty cool trick you got there."
Yep. I love doing this. Makes everyone I meet. It makes a good icebreaker for anyone, honestly.
I can see how.
Mm-hmm. I could make anything I want. Simply water or liquid or anything. I like to make it out of like the alcoholic drinks here because they have amazing colors.
I can imagine it's a pretty good method for picking up people, huh?
Yeah. Yep. It is.
Jade kind of awkwardly shifts a little bit and then clears his throat and says, "You're rather handsome, I must say. That's why you caught my eye."
Start playing from somewhere.
Poor Jade.
The fuck?
Music is playing from
Oh,
somewhere.
Jinx is calling me.
No, Jinx, please.
Jinx.
We're in the middle of roleplay, damn it! Poor Jinx. I am in the middle of role playing.
For context, Jinx is my partner. Okay. I'm gonna text them.
Okay.
Okay, where were we?
Jade has just said, "You're rather handsome, that's why you caught my eye."
Hubbard blushes and say, thank you. He's blushing.
Two idiots who don't know how to talk to each other. Kind of. They're just blushing at each other. Jade then loosens up his posture a little bit and says, "So, how long are you in the city?"
Not that long actually, I think. Same day. Today we arrived, then we slept because we haven't slept for like 2 days. Time is a thing. But we woke up, decided to head out to some taverns.
He sort of laughs at you a little bit and he's like, "Well, how long do you plan on staying here?"
Long as I need it. Really, me and my party are doing a mission of our own with going to multiple places.
Oh. I imagine it must be a pretty important mission if the commander was willing to change her course for you, hey?
Yeah, you can say that.
Well, if you ever need extra manpower, you can always call me up. I'll be willing to help.
Or just kind of like pats his arm and say, "Yeah, you would be such a great help if we needed, honestly."
He he seems a little flustered by this compliment, and he blinks rapidly as he looks down.
Great.
The tall and awkward warrior is kind of at a loss of what to say now. He doesn't really know how to romance people. Even if he wanted to. Which he is. He is trying.
Aw. Aw, Jade.
Oh, Jade.
Oh,
These bitches. I get that. Same. These bitches don't know how to romance. Sob.
be yourself. Be charming. That's it. That's all I know. Alright, Covart is gonna look down his empty cup, because he has a bird made out of his drink right now on his shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
And how about you? You living here or just traveling?
I'm just traveling for now. I guess I'm still trying to find a better purpose, you know?
Interesting. Your current purpose, not to your liking.
I don't know. I've just always been told all my life what I have to do next, and now that no one's telling me what I have to do or giving me direction, I feel lost. So I guess that's kind of pathetic, though, isn't it?
I wouldn't say pathetic. You grew up one way. You kind of stuck to that way of growing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess
You
you're
can't
right.
can't exactly put a mangrove tree that's already grown in water onto land and expect it to thrive. Not without slowly nudging it, slowly adding more and more land to an existing spot, getting it used to it.
He looks at you a little curiously, and he says, I guess that makes sense. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He moves from his more relaxed against the wall position to standing more upright now, and he gives you a light pat on the shoulder and says, well, I hope to see you around more, since you're gonna be here a while and all.
That'll be nice.
He smiles at you and says, yeah. See you around, Colbot.
See you around, Jade.
And with that, he gives you one last smile, and he walks out the very same back door that
Oh.
Nyoka and the mystery individual had gone out of.
Cover
Oh.
just like makes a sound and if like he left before he can say anything. Okay.
Oh no.
But you notice that
Speaking of those two.
he turns the opposite way out of the door as he leaves from where Nyoka and his little fling had gone. And just as the door is about to close behind him, you see a gloved hand grab the door to open it. And you see a face peek in and look to see if anybody is watching the door or nearby.
Oh?
And then you see Nyoka and the person come back into the bar. They definitely look a little less put together than they were before.
Oh god.
God.
The
And at that moment, Colbart realizes that his drink is still on Jade's shoulder. At this point, it would have turned back into liquid. Oh no.
Oh, poor Jade. He just gets surprised by it and he's like, oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Oh. Yeah, Nyoka's back.
Yay.
And Kalina's still just vibing with Clement. Woo.
And
As
Taehyung and Fen are just chilling by a tree.
Yeah.
as Nyoka comes into the door with his little partner, he notices you watching the door and watching him. And he kind of looks at you a little bit and he's like, were you spying on me?
Don't
Yes
rat
and
Kalina
no.
out. Don't you dare.
God.
Yeah, Colbart says, yes and no. One, I point to his buddy and said, one, don't know him, looking out for you. Two, got distracted with something, so I wasn't even paying attention half the time. Most of the time, actually.
Nyoka rolls his eyes at you and attempts to fix his mess of fluffy long blonde hair
Oh.
and says,
You might need some help with that
Eros?
later.
God, what?
Okay, sorry, you just went really quiet there and I did not hear a thing that you said, if you said anything.
Oof. That
Oh no.
was my volume good for you other guys?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay, I think it was just Jade.
Okay.
But,
Alright,
yeah.
we can keep going.
Nyoka tries to fix his hair and then he's like, God, you know, you guys don't really need to watch after me as much as you think you do. I am very capable of holding my own.
We still do it because we care. And I say with the stupid smile.
He rolls his eyes at you before turning to the guy he was with, and he whispers something to them and gives them a little kiss on the tip of the nose.
Aw.
They giggle, and then they leave through the same back door after collecting their things from the table that they had been sitting at before. Nyoka then starts walking over to the couch where Kalina, Clement are with you, Colbart.
Kalina sees him walking towards us like, well, you look like you had fun.
Ah.
He grins a little very cheeky, and he says, "Wouldn't you like to know?"
No, not particularly.
I also walk over and just say, well, looks like two of us scored a date.
Nyoka kind of raises an eyebrow at that, but holds out his fist for a fist bump with you, Colbert.
It's
Kalina dies a little bit on the inside.
Colbert's now a bit tipsy.
Oh god, he's fucking drunk.
Oh no.
He's drunk.
We had a strong drink with that that big old half drink. That was a strong drink. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dip toes.
Dip toast.
Dip toes.
He then, Nyoka, who is kind of sitting on the, like, arm of the couch, then, says to all of you, "It's getting kind of late, you know. I know we haven't been awake for too long, but you think we should, maybe either go do something else or go back to the inns?"
We should probably go back to the inns. It is quite late.
Kalina, like, she kind of hurriedly gets up, like, not hurriedly, but, like, she's just more stressed than before. She thought that this would help, but it really didn't.
You should go back to the drug bar.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's just like, yeah, like, just kind of gets up, just like, yeah, we should just go.
Yeah.
Nyoka yawns a little bit and says, yeah. Drinking makes me sleepy anyways.
Nothing else.
And then with that, you all say your goodbyes to the various friends you have met along the way that are in this bar.
I tell the triple that scored the date.
Nice.
Davy holds up his hand for a high five as you pass, saying that.
Hey, it's like my man.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, little buddy.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, little buddy.
Hell yeah, you funky fish man.
Oh my gosh,
Does
yes.
a little dance. Dances out the doorway.
And with that, you turn out of the alleyway and are on the backside behind all the taverns near the edge of the ship, about 20 feet away from where the building ends is where it drops off into the world below you. And Nyoka sort of lazily guides you around the back to the front courtyard, where you see Tagok resting up against a tree, and then Fen, who is in the tree.
Amazing.
You gonna call them over?
Drunken Colbart might want to start climbing the tree.
Oh god.
Good.
Ah, they're drunk.
Roll with
I
disadvantage.
don't know how that work with webbed hands, but okay.
Roll with disadvantage.
Roll with a
Yes, I'm rolling with
disadvantage.
disadvantage. What do I roll?
Acrobatics.
Acrobatics. I have a plus 5 in it.
Yeah. With
Shit, that
disadvantage.
was a natural 20. I had to roll disadvantage. Fuck! I got an 8 total.
Oh god. Colbert,
Climb the tree, drunk man.
you see the tree and you run up to it, trying to clamber up. Where your webbed hands meet the bark and you just kind of slide down. trying to find any kind of grip, but you can't with your wiggly vision and slight decline of finer motor skills.
He just looks a little sad.
Tagog probably turns around to see this display and goes, "What happened to you?"
Oh, fun stuff.
As they
Okay.
are dealing with the drunken Colbart, Kalina, you are standing next to Nyoka, and he just seems to be staring off into the distance. Not really with any kind of, like, emotion, just kind of zoning out a little bit.
Kalina says this and she just, like, she kind of gently nudges him and asks, "You alright?"
He, shakes his head a little bit and goes, "Oh, yeah, I'm fine."
That's good. I'm glad you had fun tonight.
Fun would be an understatement.
Awkward silence.
Nyoka's just kind of contently watching the sky, particularly the moon.
Do you ever get to do this that often? Go out and have fun?
Not really. Most of the time I have to focus on work and taking care of the soldiers and my dad.
I can sort of relate to that, actually.
He
One with
turns
my
to,
job. Oh,
he turns to look at you and says, "Yeah?"
oh, yeah. With one, my job, and two, when I was a little younger than you were, my father had passed away, so I was having to deal with that as a kid, and I basically was an adult by the time I was 16. So I know how you feel when it comes to not having the chance to go out that much.
He
It's funny, because... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
he looks at you, and as you say younger than you, oh, what exactly did you say about the age thing? Like, my
Yeah,
brain.
just a little younger than him. Because, like, she was 14 when her dad passed away, and Yoka's
Yeah.
16.
Yeah. You notice that his brows kind of knit in confusion as you say this, and he just kind of looks at you, but doesn't say anything.
It's kind of funny, because even now, when I try and go out, I just feel like I end up worrying more than I usually do. I still appreciate going out tonight.
He kind of smiles a little bit and says, "If I had known that coming out would have stressed you out so much, I wouldn't have suggested it."
Well, I thought that it would be good for me too, but I don't know. I just seem to forget that even though I'm so young, I am sure like someone who isn't. I act more like I'm in my 30s rather than my 20s.
Yeah. He kind of shrugs at this, and he kind of pauses for a moment before turning to you, and he says, Do you really think I'm the youngest here?
Kalina, like, she blinks. How do you mean?
He kind of looks at you. You see a whole lot of emotions flash over his face, mostly just like pure confusion. And he's like, you seriously don't think that I'm actually only 16, right?
Well, that's what you told me when we had first met, wasn't it?
Sorry, what?
As you say this, he seems to have this look of realization on his face, and then he slaps his hand against his forehead and he says, "Oh, fuck. I always forget you mortals count age differently."
Oh? Wait.
Um.
And Kalina, like, she realized, she's like, oh. You're much older in human years, aren't you?
Yeah. And then he taps his fingers a little bit, almost counting things, and his mouth moves, but nothing really comes out, and he says, I guess in your human years I'd be 1,600? Is that right?
Oh my!
What?
Oh.
Oh my
I'm assuming
goodness.
Cobalt overheard that and just went, what?
Hmm?
So every 100 years for you would be the equivalent of 1 human year. Is that right? Or is that the other way around?
Oh god.
It's the other way around.
My brain. My
Okay, yeah, so yeah,
brain.
just like 1 year, like 1 year for you would be
100 years.
100 human years. Is that right? 100 mortal years?
Yeah, that's about right.
Hmm.
The gods
Well,
count
this is new.
age much differently.
I see.
And I'm assuming you also thought that Chatsu was only 22, right? No.
Oh.
2,200.
Still doesn't stop me from feeling old, though. At least in mortal years.
He gives you a pat on the shoulder, and he's like, I guess I feel a bit less irritated now that all of you were babying me. Now that I understand, you probably thought I was the youngest one here.
Yes. Yes, and I do want to apologize if I have been a little clingy sometimes.
Eh,
But does
It's
that
not
mean
that
that
big a deal.
Kalina's the youngest? As far as we know?
as far as we know.
How old is Kalina?
24.
20 something?
24. How old's
I don't
Colbert?
remember if I put it in here, but I think I put him as like a 23 or something.
Yeah. A year younger. Colbert.
Yeah.
Colbert probably youngest. We don't know about Fen. We don't know about Fen.
We just all know.
Yeah.
Oh shit,
I
it's
don't know
9:35. I need to
about-
take my med.
Go take your meds, fool.
When's break? When's break? We need break.
Oh yeah.
We can take break as soon as you go take your naps. Ooh.
Whoa.
Let's go take a nap.
Nyoka then looks over at the rest of the group and says, I guess we should corral them all up and get everybody to bed then.
Probably, yes.
And with that, he puts his fingers to his mouth and whistles very loudly, getting everybody's attention. I would do it, but I can't do that type of whistle, please God. And
I wish I could. That would be so
Just
cool.
scream.
My dad could, and I was so jealous of him all the time. I was like, how
My
do you
sibling
do
can
it?
whistle.
wahoo, wahoo,
Me.
and
Cobart would probably like come and go up to like Nyoka. It's like, bro, you're the oldest. You're baby.
no, you're baby. You're the youngest.
Why me? Baby?
'Cause you're the baby. He says to see very honorably pats your head. He is smug. Smug man.
Yoka, go easy on him.
Your baby.
No, you. All right, everybody. Let's
Stop
get on to
arguing. We need to
bed.
go to bed.
Yeah. What she said. And with that, Nyoka leads the way back to the taverns for all of you to get in a quick little rest before the sun comes up, so that maybe if
Is
you
it
want
a short
to,
rest or a long rest?
I'd say it's like in between that, but I'll just say a long rest.
Okay.
It's a
They
semi.
haven't used up anything anyway.
It's a semi-long
Yeah.
rest. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And with that, before the sun comes up for all of you, we are going to take a break.
Break time.
So, take your meds, fool. Break time.
Yeah, we'll be back in like 10 minutes. Like, you know, get a snack, bio break, whatever.
Yes.
Get jammies on.
Get jammies.
Hydrate.
And
Yes.
we'll be back.
Drink.
Yeah.
Ah.
Hello, everybody. I am back, and I have an orange. It is a very tasty orange. For the people in chat, what is your favorite type of fresh fruit? I like a lot of fruits. I like oranges, mangoes, papayas, strawberries, raspberries, apples, pears. I like fruit. I am but a little fruit bat, indeed.
I come back and Eros is just listing off different kinds of fruit.
Yeah, I am. I got myself an orange and I asked the chat, what's your favorite type of fruit? And then I just started telling them the fruits I like. Hum.
I think it would be very fun to eventually get Takeoff drunk.
Hell yeah. Drunk Tagok.
I think she'd be very loud.
Oh, she'd fit right
a
in
lot
at
more
the Warriors
talkative.
bar.
Yeah. She'd be very loud. She would swear a lot more. Kind of like be in between of an overconfident drunk and a funny drunk.
Love that for her. So, Jade, how did you feel about the big twist of the session that has just happened? That
That Nyoka's
Nyoka-
not a fucking child.
yeah, he's still considered a child by God standards, but
Yeah,
in
but,
human years,
bro,
he is
he's
not a
fucking
child.
old. Oh,
Yeah.
this is gonna be so weird.
Yeah,
It's like I still kind of forget the whole he's a demigod thing.
yeah. He and his brother are about a little less than half the age of their cousins, Phosphus and Vivel.
Yeah. It's just weird. And that it kind of makes Kalina's mothering a bit weirder.
Yeah.
Cause like, honey, he knows what he's doing at this point.
I also called a 1,000-year-old demigod a puppy, so we're gonna go for that one.
Poor Fen. Fen just learns this and is like, you fucking what? You are not baby? Deceptions and lies.
Like, because I feel
Bamboozled.
like Fen's mind and lifestyle is very kind of like wolf-like. That's kind of what I'm going for.
Yeah.
And so Fen is like, okay, this is a child, so does mine like a pup, and I must protect it.
Nah, bitch.
And now that Fen has found out that, oh hey, no, this is not a pup. Fen's like, I don't know what to do.
Elder God.
God.
Yeah.
Could
dear.
Yeah, because Fen doesn't fully realize the whole like demigod thing and age working different. Because like
Yeah.
Yeah.
that is Forest Gremlin. Fen doesn't know things.
Yeah.
I was very tempted to lift you earlier. Like if you if you were gonna start like going down the alleyway, I was just gonna straight up pick you up.
I was fully expecting you to actually do that. I was kind of surprised you didn't.
She showed restraint.
Aw,
Good
I
for
love
her.
It's character growth.
it.
She's been get. Well, It's been 10 years since she was released, so she's gotten a lot better.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do think that if Tagok was a drunk, she'd be very loud, more talkative,
You wanna
and definitely overconfident.
you wanna know something about Kane's age?
Oh god.
So him and Abelet are the same age because they're twins.
Yeah.
I want you to take a guess on how old you think they are.
Okay.
Too old. Far too old.
Well, they were adults and Abelet disappeared when Phosphus was born. So that's a minimum of 4,000.
Yeah.
But they're obviously a lot older. So just think of what age they would be and then add on 2 zeros.
Who said my name what now? I heard somebody whisper Eros. Who said it?
Ethan, was that you?
Oh, was
Nope.
it? Song. Was that you?
No.
You wee bastard.
I heard it too.
Yeah. I heard it.
Foxy? Was that you?
No, she's
Foxy's
muted.
not back.
She could have muted.
So
I'm
basically,
gonna- yeah,
just
I got.
imagine.
Just tell us. No think.
They are the youngest of the gods, or the royal gods, if you will, from the royal line of Verbena and Zephyrus. And they are both 40,000 years old.
Holy shit.
Cool.
You're 40.
Yeah. Like, equivalently, they are 40, so. The youngest at 40,000.
Damn.
God. Oh my god, how could I forget that? Fucking. Okay. How could I forget that? Because, the age difference between Sky and Ravel
His
and
husbands.
Yeah.
Sky and
we
his
don't
two
really
fucking
talk about
husband.
that.
We don't talk about that.
We don't talk about that.
It's fine. Sky wears the pants of the relationship anyways. He's in
We
charge.
don't talk about the fact that Phosphus's kid is now a demigod,
Yeah.
and Sky's kid is gonna be a demigod.
Yeah.
Betty still
Oh,
hasn't
I can
told
be
anyone. Like the fool he is.
I can be unmuted. Hello.
Yay, hello.
Wow.
So,
I hope I'm not late.
so Foxy,
Nah, they're just
how,
chilling.
how do you feel? Did you hear about your husbando's age? His true age.
Pardon?
Kane, your husbando.
What?
He's 40. He's 40,000 years old, Foxy.
Oh,
he's 40
in mortal
in
years?
God years.
40 in God years. God years are also slightly different from demigod years because the godly blood is diluted by mortals, therefore making them age a little faster, but
Yeah.
still slow. So he's the equivalent of 40, but he's 40,000.
Why did you call him my husbando, though?
You know why.
Because of arrows.
You know why. You know why. Or
Is it because Kalina looks like his dead wife?
no, because you're obviously interested in him.
What the fuck? Bruh.
You love your hot feminine men. Or Kalina does, rather. Oh no, he has feminine hips, my weakness.
And with Ben. He got feminine hips. That's what I'm sensitive about.
He's got a fat ass. God damn it.
Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know if anyone else is ready. I got some more food.
Yeah, we all ready.
I got some more
I'm
water.
gonna
Ready,
change my pants.
I've got the rest of my brownie, and now I'm going to attack the Pringles.
Yeah.
Ooh, what kind of Pringles?
Sour cream and onion.
Pug. I
Poigas.
can't remember the last time I had Pringles. I think I don't eat them anymore because, like, just, I don't know, maybe it's like all the grease or the fat.
Pringles aren't
Yeah.
greasy, really, compared to other chips, honestly.
I don't know what it is, but just like every time I eat them, like there's just
They're
this
very
weird
salty.
taste in the back of my mouth. Yeah, I think that might be it.
It's a lot of salt. It's a lot
It
of
is a lot
sodium.
of salt.
Be careful, Chiron. That's a lot of
That's
sodium.
a lot of sodium.
That's a lot of sodium.
I knocked my
Alright.
bowl against my desk.
Oh.
Eat your pants in a blanket.
Hell yeah. All right. Is everybody ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hella.
Let's go.
All right.
Whoa.
You all wake up to the sound of church bells chiming. That their sound resonates across the entire city. And
Huh.
when you open your
That's how
eyes,
I do in real life.
Oh, don't remind me of that, because
Eh?
there's a church right next to my dorm building. And so I literally just wake up. Just giant sounds of bells.
All across downtown. Church bells.
And it's like,
Yeah, there's a church on campus, but it's a lot further than where my dorm is.
all
I
right.
don't
So
hear shit.
Sorry to
all
interrupt.
all of you wake up to the sound of the church bells chiming, and you hear the hustle and bustle of people out on the street. The first little bits of the morning sun are starting to shine through your windows. You gonna get up?
Yeah.
Lena isn't. Kalina is not. She is not a morning person.
I'm gonna get up.
Question is, do I have to roll a constitution check to see if he gets a hangover?
Oh.
Do it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Roll for Constitution. There's our quote of the set.
18.
Good job. Colbert, as you roll out of bed, you feel just the ever so slight hint of a headache, and your mouth feels a little dry. You're thirsty as hell. You forgot to drink water before you went to bed, so even though it's not terrible, you're still feeling the effects of it.
Where's my canteen?
He go get him canteen. As you are searching around for your canteen, Clement gets up out of his bed and looks at you and says, "Are you still gonna take up that priestess offer to go to morning mass?"
Oh, yeah, morning math. Shit, what time is it?
Clement looks out the window and he says, "Well, it's looks like it's about 4:30 in the morning right now. The sun's
What?
just coming up."
That's when the sun rises?
At where you are currently.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
It's not up, but you can see it's getting lighter outside.
Mm.
It's not dark.
Sunrise, not the sun is up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The sun has not come over the horizon yet, but you can see the light. Please, I'm gonna fight your roommate, Jade.
Me too.
Honey, you're allowed to remove permissions. You're allowed to do that.
Oh, it's not on the speaker. They're just playing it out of their phone or
Bruh.
laptop or whatever. Ah.
What the heck? Why not just have headphones? It would just make. She just doesn't plug her headphones in.
Or is it too loud? Only for
like-
shows.
What the hell?
You need to tell her that it is.
No, like it's common courtesy. Like
Mm-hmm.
you're in the
Not
middle of
just-
something.
You're in the middle of something. If it makes you feel better, you can also say it's not just bothering you, it's also bothering
It's
us.
bothering us immensely.
We will fight. On your behalf, my friend. Just be like, hey, can you put your headphones in? I'm doing something.
It's like gonna be.
Don't have to be
100%
rude,
honest with your,
but
yeah.
yeah.
It's like I'm gonna be 100% honest, but like this aspect about your roommate really, really annoys me. The fact that like she's kind of inconsiderate when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah.
Like I understand that she's not like a bad person, but still.
Yeah. I mean,
Hello.
I like my former
Hello.
roommate a lot
Hello.
as a person, but goddamn.
Hi.
We should be good.
Alright, cool.
Woo, so we're heading to the morning mass.
Yeah.
I mean, Kalena's
Yeah.
refusing to get out of bed. She's not a morning person.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I wanna go. So I'm gonna go.
I'm gonna go too. But first, I must drink water.
Hydrate.
Colbart, you gulp down all of the water that is in your canteen.
Hydrate
And
the fish.
it feels so good. That crisp, it's almost night water. You know? It's almost night water.
Oh,
Night water.
It
Water's
fe-
so good.
It feels just as good as night water, and you breathe a sigh of relief as you can practically feel that headache dissipate.
Yes.
Night water.
You make sure to tidy yourself up and look presentable, as does Clement before heading out the door. And you see that outside Tagok is already waiting for you. Fen, are you gonna be coming to mass?
I think Fen is just gonna honestly wander again. Fen doesn't like being in one place for real long.
Yeah. Nyoka, he comes out of his room and he says, I'm assuming all of y'all were awoken by the church bells and heading to mass, yeah?
Yep.
Yep.
Except for one.
I'm also not. Fen isn't going either.
Except
Fen
for
is just
two.
gonna go
Yeah.
wander around town.
Yeah.
Yeah, but one person isn't there right now.
Nyoka looks at the group and then says, is Kalina not going to join us?
Nope.
She is not a morning person. It takes effort to get her out of bed.
Mornings aren't her thing.
He shrugs a little bit and then says, I guess I'll at least tell her where we're going, so if she needs us for anything, she can find us. He steps into the room, the shared room between Tagok and Kalina, and he lightly pats you and says, Hey, Kalina, we're going to that church mass. If you don't want to come, that's all right, but we're going to be heading out now.
She just groans into her pillow. It's like, okay. I'll be here.
All right. Nyoka then joins the rest of the group after shutting your door behind you.
This also gives me the opportunity to eat my pasta in peace.
Nice.
Eat pasta. All right. And with that, the little group of Tegak, Colbart, Clement, and Nyoka all head down to figure out where the church is. You all see that there are people dressed in their Sunday best, and they are happily chatting as they walk in groups.
Why would we call it Sunday best? It doesn't have a lot of money, so it won't be anything super fancy, but
Yeah.
Ah.
He just picks the cleanest set of clothes he has and says,
Yeah.
He
this.
wears the good sweatpants.
The good sweatpants.
practically, yeah.
I actually did used to, I think, wear like sweatpants to church.
As you should.
Do it.
My family went all out with the Sunday best, like literally clothing that we will wear to like super fancy events. Same clothing we wear to church.
Oh, God. Black
Yeah.
tie church.
Well, it wasn't like super black tie, but like still fancy clothing.
Corporate formal.
I don't think my dad has any suits now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Well, I do have a pair of common clothes, so maybe we'll change into that.
Yeah. Maybe you just take off your armor and are wearing
Yeah.
mostly the cloth bits.
Just
So
that.
you're not as loud.
Clank.
You notice that Clement has changed from the duster coat that he had been in to a simple white shirt and green pair of trousers. Nothing
Morning,
fancy.
pants.
Morning to you too, Tagok.
Shall we?
He nods and this says, "Shall." And with that, all of you follow the crowd. You cross directly over the center ship and make your way around the center fountain. And ahead you see a large cathedral made of white stone and bleached wood that is taking up the majority of this one ship.
We love church architecture.
Oh, I just realized Colbart would look pretty good in a turtleneck.
Aw, cute. You all look up at the church and you see a beautiful stained glass frame, pane rather, at the very front. It is so easy to spot against the pale colors of the wood and stone. It is depicting the Ariash tree itself with its beautiful golden leaves and shining rays that it casts upon the world.
Very nice.
And you all gather as you kind of file into a semblance of a line as people pile into the Grand Cathedral. As you do, you see each of the priestesses lined up on either side as you come in the entrance. They all greet the regulars and make a friendly passing conversation. Colbart, you spot Belladonna and Ren just on your right.
Oh. Hi there.
They notice you, and Belladonna happily waves to you, as does Ren, and she holds out her hands for you to take.
I do.
And she says, "Oh, I am so glad that you were able to make it. Are you
Of course.
are you still willing to speak before the people today?"
This is a lot of people.
It's quite
How
all
many
right.
people are in the room, actually?
About 1,000, give or take.
Oh,
It is a
Oh,
very
dear.
large.
Pelvar may be charming and can talk to people, but talking to that many? Oh god. Yeah, no.
She gently pats the top of your head and says, "There's no need to be nervous. All of these people are very kind. They would have nothing but kind words to say to you for your speech."
Alright.
And don't worry, I'll be up there with you.
That's good to hear. Yeah.
And with that, she beckons all of your group and leads you to a set of pews that are near the front off to the right side.
fancy.
There's probably like 4 times the number of people in here than what is in his village. So
Yeah. As you walk
Yeah.
down, as you walk into the heart of the cathedral itself, you notice that not only are there the pews that are down either side, there are little balconies that sit just above, where there are rows and rows of pews for people to sit from above.
It's a big church.
it is.
Sounds like the church I used to go to, honestly.
Each of the windows that you pass by depict a different god. You look as you see each of the serpent lords, each of the lords of the element, and each of the lords of sin. Even they are represented here. And at the very, very back of the cathedral, the largest 2 stained glass panes of them all depict the tree itself, but even larger than before. Verbena in its canopy, and Zephyrus at its roots.
Melancholy. R.I.P.
Rest in peace, my wife, Sag.
R.I.P. Goddess of life.
Up at the front where, God, I don't know how churches do. What's it called? It's not the
Altar.
state. At the altar. Yes, at the altar. Thank you, Song. Song knows things.
No problem.
Thank you.
There's like the
you,
area
King.
that's at the front and it's risen slightly.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the altar.
Yep.
I wasn't forced into Catholic school and learned nothing.
Thank you, King. Up on the altar, you see, of course, the stand where each of the priestesses will give their sermon, and then behind them you see a table where a golden statue of Verbena lays. And around her are candles of various colors, sizes, and heights, and different offerings. You see flowers that have wilted, jewelry that is tarnished and hasn't been worn in many years. And as you sit down in the pews, the idle chatter of the churchgoers settles down. Also, yes, Tegak, 18 priestesses.
It's a lot.
Yep, it's a lot.
That would be a very long sermon.
Yeah. They pace it out, though. Not
Yeah.
every day they do all of them. They divide it up between each mass. They do it in, like, turns, if you will.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. 'Cause, like, if it was an 18-person sermon, that is a full last day of church.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. As the idle chatter settles down, a man in very plain white robes steps up to the front and says, "Welcome, everybody. As you know, today we will be celebrating the life given to us by our goddess Verbena and the sea. We will be honoring the gods of the deep sea and of ice, as you already know." And then he turns to Belladonna, who stands off to the side, and he says, "But I have been told that our sister Belladonna has brought a friend to speak today. She has told me that he has been blessed by the presence of Mother Koss, and he wishes to share his experiences today."
Never so.
Belladonna
You got this, buddy.
Belladonna holds out her hand for you to take. Colbert.
Takes a deep breath and grabs the hand.
She slowly and gently guides you up to the altar where you stand next to the priest. He says, "Now, young man, what is your name?"
My name is Colbart.
He nods to you and says, "Dearest Colbart, will you please share with us your experience that you have had with the Mother Koss?" As he steps aside for you to stand before the people.
Channel your inner Kalina.
Think you're tall.
Stand on the stool.
As you step up to it,
Talk with a British accent.
as you step up, the priest gently places his hand on your back and says, "There is no need to be nervous, child." And he gives a nod to you.
Hey. Looks out to everyone say, So, a long time ago, when I was a child, my father took me out to go fishing in deeper waters. At least that was the plan. He was gonna teach me how to fish in the deeper waters. But once we got out there, my memory is foggy of what happens, particularly at this event, but I believe something attacked us. Next thing I knew, I was laying at the bottom of the ocean bed. And when I swam up to the surface and found my boat where my father and I stood, I saw no one there. I cried out what felt like hours, looking for my father, but I couldn't find him. And then I saw in the water what seemed like a strange current. It almost looked like it was glowing a little bit. But as I looked down to see in the water, something behind me arose from it. It scared me a little bit, admittedly, but as I turned around, I saw a giant serpent made of water looking at me. It seemed friendly, and so being a child, I cried to it and told it that I lost my father and I don't know how to get back home. So the snake went back inside of the water and it guided my boat back to shore. And I felt really comforted by it, knowing I was safe. Eventually I fell asleep, and the next morning my mother and a few of the people of my village found me asleep in the boat. I believe that was Koss herself saving me that day.
As you tell the story, you look out upon the crowd. You see people clasping their hands over their chests, smiling at you. You see old women crying silently and dotting their eyes with their handkerchiefs. And you see people clutching onto little memorials meant for Koss. And when you are done, they sit in silence for a moment before a younger woman at the front raises to her feet and begins clapping for you. And slowly, many more join her as they applaud you on your bravery for standing before them.
Clap sounds. Clap sounds.
The priest and Belladonna pat you on your back, and the priest then addresses not only you, but the rest of the mass and says, "This young man has been through something of a tragedy that some of us would not dare to think ever happened to us. And yet he has made it through, and he is here today. And whether it be Mother Koss herself or simply the will of her, we are very thankful that her love and kindness brought you back to shore, young Colbart. And he gives you a gentle nod as Belladonna gently guides you away back to the pew from the altar.
Hands be a little shaky, but he's okay.
As you sit down, Belladonna crouches a little bit and whispers to you, and she said, "You did so good. I'm so proud of you."
Thank you. I probably won't ever do that again, but yeah, it's been a while since I could be able to talk about this story to others.
Well, we are glad that you have. You've inspired hundreds of us.
Go Colbart!
After she goes back to the altar to stand with her fellow sister who serves Frost, the priest gives his sermon on Verbena, then Belladonna gives hers on Koss, and then the other gives hers on Frost. You are in the church for only about 2 hours. You attempt to sing along with the hymns.
Or the psalms.
Yes. I've never been to a church, can you tell? I literally have never been to
same here.
church.
I only know about the psalms because they're supposed to be songs, but they're not like they don't
Not really a
rhyme.
reference.
They don't rhyme, and they're not
Not
good.
good.
Sing us a song, religion
The
boy.
bread of bread is
Is God is bread.
Is God is bread.
I went to the majority of me going to church was in Spanish, so I only
Oh,
know
boy.
like, some Spanish ones.
No boy. Alright. The service is over fairly soon. You expected it to be longer, but they wrap everything up rather quickly, and
Nice.
soon you are dismissed by the priest, and the people begin to leave, some of them staying behind in little pods to chat with their friends. Do you all get up to leave?
Maybe take out to stay behind a little bit and
Yeah,
find someone that.
I think I would like to try to find the Heros priestess.
Alright. Tegok. You notice that during the service, all of the priestesses who are not giving sermons today are standing right in front of the stained glass windows that portray their god.
Huh. Very convenient of them.
You notice that about in the middle, on the opposite side of the cathedral to where you are, there is the depiction of Heros with his flaming red hair and bright golden armor that shines.
Yeah. I would like to go to the priestess. I don't know what I'm gonna say. But I'm gonna go over there.
What do you want to know?
I don't know. I don't know much about him.
Well,
And I don't know how much Tagok actually knows. So I feel like she probably, like, grew up with the faith.
yeah. As you near the stained glass portrayal of Heros, you see the two priestesses who are talking amongst each other. The one that is standing directly in front of the stained glass, and one who is ever so slightly off to the side. The one that is standing right in front has long red hair that reaches her waist and has deep tan skin. It contrasts greatly against her white robes. And the other is more pale, and she has blonde hair that only reaches just below her chin. From the embroidery on the blonde priestess's robes, you can guess that she is the priestess of Rhiannon, as she has indications of lightning bolts in the edgework of her robes.
Nice. Sorry, I don't actually, like, follow and worship and, like, pray. So I don't know what to say. This is a weird dynamic.
Well, you don't need to actively pray like they do in masses to follow a god.
Yeah.
So you could probably like start off the conversations like something like more of along the lines of like it was really interesting to see how other people worship Heros, and that's how you could start a conversation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Channel your inner Kalina.
The intellectual.
I only just raised my intelligence stat, okay?
Oh, baby.
You can do it. Kalina's force penetrates through the void to give you courage.
You got
You
this.
got this.
Also, this is just weird. I haven't been to a church in a very long time.
Yeah.
Physically, IRL. It's weird.
I
I only
understand.
went to a church like once because my mom and my stepdad had dragged me.
Last time I
It was
went
for
to a church,
Christmas.
it was for a wedding, but yeah.
I haven't been to a church in a year.
Yeah. All right.
Well, actually, I've been volunteering, but you know.
Yeah.
Mass.
I have to attend church regularly when I am back home.
Mm.
Gross.
Oof.
It's a weird vibe. It's a weird vibe.
All right, Tagok. As you approach the two priestesses, they notice you, and they briefly nod to each other before the blonde priestess walks away, leaving you alone with Heros's.
Okay. Oh, this is so weird. I'm just gonna walk up to her and just start with a good morning. Because it is a good morning.
She bows to you slightly and says, "Good morning to you too." she says to you, I have not seen your face here before, in Mass. Are you new to the city?
Yes, I am. My party and I were, passing through.
Well, I do hope that you found the experience today enjoyable. And if you are staying here longer, we hope to see you again.
It was quite interesting to hear sermons about the other gods. I have followed Heros for as long as I know. And to be honest, it is nice to be back in his light again.
She gives you a warm smile and she says, That is very good to hear. You know, you didn't even have to tell me that you were a follower of Heros. I think I could have guessed it just from looking at you.
I get that a lot.
It seems that you are a perfect vision, if you will.
Pardon?
Well, you see, a lot of people in the past seemed to think that the gods would create these beings of a certain appearance to test the common folk and their faith. And they always took on a very similar appearance. And it would seem that your appearance is the one that, historically, would fit that of Heros.
Oh my. Well, I would be honored.
She gives you a warm smile and she says, It is very lucky indeed for one to be born in the likeness of a lord, Lord Heros. What is your name, child?
My name is Tegok. Tegok Mukrith.
She smiles at you warmly and says, Well, dear Tegok, I hope that your faith remains true and sound, and that you may someday find your way back to Lord Heros and be within his audience, for it is something I believe you truly deserve.
Thank you for your kindness.
She nods
It
to
was
you.
lovely service today.
She nods to you kindly and says, If you ever need to find me again, I am Sister Hera.
It is nice to meet you, Sister Hera.
The pleasure is mine, Tegok.
Oh, I did
You learn
it.
something new about yourself.
Yeah, that's no pressure. Hey, you
No
kind of look
pressure.
like a god. Surprise.
A woman
Oh, great.
rumored to be created in the image of a god.
Ta-da. Apparently.
So now you have a vague inkling of what Heros may look like, other than just the depiction of fiery red hair.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, God.
Yeah.
Just
God.
copy and paste.
Yep.
Hella masculine Tegok.
Yeah.
Yep.
Even more butch.
Even more butch than before!
Even more butch.
This isn't even my final.
And this is to go even further beyond.
Haha.
Ah. Anyways, Tegok, do you wish to rejoin the group?
Yeah. I shall rejoin the group.
The group is
Ooh.
making their way out of the cathedral, and
I wonder if anyone will, like, chat with Colbart.
indeed,
the
I was
stage.
about to get to it.
Ah,
As you are walking, various individuals come up to you and tell you that they appreciate the words you said today, and some of the older ones give you their condolences on the loss of your father.
Yeah, you did a religious thing.
You did the religious thing.
it was really weird.
It's all right.
Proud
You
of
got
you.
it. You
You
did
I
it,
did
Taylor.
it. I did it.
You did it.
Yay.
My current faith is kind of not really there. I just do my thing and live.
Yeah.
Valid.
Sorry, continue.
Colbart's responses to the condolences about the loss, like, yeah, thank you very much. It's been quite a while since I actually thought about my father. It's nice to hear that.
Among the people giving you condolences and kind words, some of them offer up to you different gifts. Simple things like a scarf or a shawl.
Aww.
Oh, that's very
Ah.
nice.
Homemade scarf. Homemade scarf.
Colbart will refuse, but if they keep insisting, he'll just take it, I guess.
Yeah. Colbart, a little girl, runs up to you.
Aww.
She has very light hair, and she wears a little white dress that has blue embroidery that looks like waves
Aww.
just along the edges. And she shyly walks up to you and holds out a piece of parchment.
Oh. A note?
What's this? I take it and I read it.
As you flip it around to look at it, you see that it is not a note, but a little doodle. She has
Aw.
doodled a picture of you standing next to Koss, holding hands.
Oh, that is so cute.
Oh, that is so cute.
Dude, that needs to be a prized possession.
Yes,
I'm putting that in my inventory.
Of
that is
course.
very wholesome.
Like, oh my god.
That is a good time.
Whenever you get a drawing,
What is your
from a
reaction to
child,
it,
just
Colbart?
It's like, oh my goodness, I love this. Thank you.
As you say that,
smile, not hug.
she smiles shyly and then moves forward and hugs you around one of your legs.
Oh.
Oh. Child
hug.
leg hug.
I hug.
You hear a myriad of awes from all around you as the older churchgoers are touched by this cute sight.
It's
I mean,
very
who
cute.
wouldn't, though? Who wouldn't?
It's a good time.
Yeah.
Oh, it's very cute and sweet.
Slowly but surely, all of you make your way to the doors of the cathedral, and standing there, greeting everybody as they exit, is the priest. And he sees all of you and he says, "Ah, I hope all of you enjoyed today's mass."
We did.
That's very good to hear. And then he says to all of you, "You may refer to me as Father Hearth, if you ever need to find me again."
Oth or hearth?
Hearth. Just his
Not Hearth.
accent.
Okay.
Hearth.
This
Hearth.
is why I ask.
Yes. Hoth.
Father Hearth. Oh.
And then he steps forward to you, Colbart, and he removes something from beneath his robes and holds it out to you. In his hands, you see a very small amulet.
Oh.
Oh.
It appears to be the crest of Kos herself. There are small turquoise gems inlaid into it, and it is made out of a simple silver, and it is placed on a chain.
Oh.
And he says,
Very pretty.
I believe you're more than worthy to have this.
We can be amulet buddies.
Oh wow, this is really pretty.
Colbart, you
Thank
become a
you.
celebrity.
Shit. No, I don't want that. Okay. Didn't have to expect to be a celebrity overnight. Yeah.
He smiles at you warmly and lets you take the amulet from his hands.
I do, and I put it on. Amulet buddy.
Amulet buddies.
As the amulet rests against your chest, you can feel a resonant warmth coming from it, almost.
Oh.
Just kind of like while it's like on me, I just kind of pick it up and hold it just to look at it. He's smiling.
Father Hearth smiles to you and says, I hope to see you again sometime, my dear friends.
We hope so too.
Same.
He smiles at you, the corners of his eyes crinkling up. And with that, all of you exit the church, and you are greeted by the warm morning sun that has risen now, casting the orange and pink light over the city.
What's the amulet
Beautiful.
called?
Amulet of Kos.
Amulet of Kos.
Amulet buddies.
Hell
Amulet
yeah.
buddies.
Oh, what the fuck?
As you step out onto the deck of the cathedral ship, you can see, even from here, that the city is still passing over the ocean, and the morning sun glitters off of its surface. But off in the distance, all of you can see, just on the opposite side of the ship, you see the faint outline of something on the horizon. Would you like to
Oh.
Would you like to go take a closer look at it?
Yeah.
To do so, you would have to cross over and stand on the far deck of the lodging ship. But do you make the trek over there to take a better look?
Yes. I want to see what it is.
All right. All of you make your way over there, and by the time that you are there, you see Kalina walking out of the front door of the inn, stretching as she does so.
There she is.
Good morning. I hope that morning mass was well.
Halbert gave a speech.
Oh? Is that so? And clearly, like, she looks at him, like, kind of smiling. How did it go?
It went well. I just talked about what the story I told you guys.
Ah, I
Right?
see.
Yeah, and yeah, a lot of people liked it. Some people actually gave me some gifts.
Oh,
Which-
really?
I put in that got the amulet. I got the picture, but also got a scarf and a shawl.
Aw,
So
that's
that'll
so
be all
sweet.
gifts I get. So yeah. I got an amulet. And I take out the picture and I show her the drawing.
Oh my goodness. That is
Love it.
absolutely darling.
Yes. And the shawl, I wrote down that it's a light blue shawl. And the scarf is a cream. Wrote down cream. God.
Cream.
Cream and light brown scarf.
Mm.
There
Very
you go.
cozy.
So I'll have that.
Clement pipes up and then says, "We were actually just heading over to the far deck of the ship to take a look at something over there. Want to come with?"
I don't see why not. Might as well. Might as well. It'll wake me up.
Yeah. Sleepyhead. He says as he attempts to pat the top of your head, but has to stand on his tippy toes to do so.
Yeah.
Love that.
You know I'm not a morning person.
Yeah, I know.
Never have been.
Neither am I.
Is that another thing that I get from you?
Maybe.
Oh.
All of you walk over to the edge of the deck, and you see that Fen is actually sitting over there with Asumi, just watching the water. Seems they've done their fair bit of exploring and have now just settled down to take a moment to rest.
Vibin'.
Straight up vibing, bro.
Straight up vibing.
Had to reunite all of y'all.
Yeah.
Somehow.
What's that echoing? E.
Oh.
Okay, it's gone now.
Oh.
As you all come to the side of the ship, you can see off in the distance a glowing that seems just as bright as the sun, but it isn't the sun. It
What
is,
is it?
Yes.
as you
Lena
look
says that out
out.
loud.
What is it that you said? I'm sorry.
I
Kind
feel
of
like
got
she
covered up.
says out loud. Is that what I think it is? And she's kind of squinting.
As you all look out onto the slightly hazy horizon, you see rising far, far above anything else, above all the clouds, the Arius tree. It is just a faint outline of its trunk, and then its glowing leaves and canopy.
Wow.
As you stand basking in its glow, you feel a sense of grandness as you gaze upon it.
It's beautiful.
That is a big tree.
That's a sight right there.
I think Kalina, she's gonna pull out her journal and just start taking notes. Like
Nyoka.
imagine Lilith from the Owl House
Mhm.
in that one episode.
Yeah.
where she
Yeah.
gets super excited. about everything
Yeah.
she's just writing down. everything that
Edwardian
she's-
banisters.
Yeah, Deadwardian banisters. That's
As
basically Kalina.
Nyoka beside you puts his hands on the railing and stares out at it, and he says, "I've never seen it before so close."
I've never seen it before at all. I never think I would. Wow.
I've always been down at its roots. I've never even
Yeah.
seen its leaves.
I suppose that would make sense, given you, well, you reside in the deep realm for the most part.
Yeah,
But it is nice. It's really nice.
it's warm.
Exactly.
I see why Dad misses it so much.
Kalina, she
He hates the
sorry.
cold.
Kalina, like, she just kind of looks up to the side. Does it ever get warm at all in the deep realm? Even with fire or whatnot?
Not really,
Be some way.
no.
Hmm.
All the warmth that there's but a fleeting thing. The slightest little breeze and it's snuffed out. Much like all the hope that we ever have.
Oh dear. Well, maybe someday we can get him up here and maybe he can see it. I know it's a bit of a stretch, but maybe one day.
He turns to look at you and he smiles and he says, "I think he'd like that a lot."
I would hope so. You said he hates the cold.
He huffs a little bit and rolls his eyes, smiling. As you all stand just admiring the Arius tree, you feel a warm breeze start to wash over you as it is coming directly from the tree itself. And all of you see something fluttering in the sky, not too far away, as the wind draws it closer and closer.
Oh.
Can Kalina try and take a closer look at what it is, see if she can get anything?
Yeah, roll for perception.
Alright, hold on. Come on, mouse. Work. Okay, there we go.
Can I do the same?
Okay, perception.
Yeah.
Perception. Plus 2.
I have a +4 in perception now.
Ooh, I did good. Okay, 17 base plus 2, that's a 19.
Alright, Tegak, what did you get?
15 total. I rolled an 11,
Awesome.
Alright, cool.
but I have +4 in perception.
That's so good.
Awesome. As Kalina points out, "What is that?" and Tegak notices the two of you look off at this fluttering thing as it nears, and you see that it is one of the shining gold leaves of the Arius tree. It is much larger than you could have ever thought. And it glistens in the morning light as it flips and turns in the air. It's getting closer now, and maybe, if it gets close enough, you could try to reach out and grab it.
Yes.
Kalina's going to want to try. What check would that be?
Dexterity.
Acrobatics?
I'd say
Dexterity
just
in general?
general dexterity.
Alright.
Anybody who would like to grab the leaf, make a dex roll.
Just a general dex.
Uh-huh.
Ooh. Dirty 20.
Ooh. Very good.
I want the leaf.
Hold on.
Eh.
That's 17.
I feel like Fen would
Total
also
11.
like to.
Total
I got a
11.
15.
Hey, that's not bad. Considering your previous track record, my friend.
Yeah.
Yeah. None of us failed, I don't think.
Yeah. But Kalina, you got the highest. As the leaf draws near, you did get the highest, right? I'm not
yeah, I got
just
it. I
stupiding.
think so.
It's our
I got
height.
it. Yeah, I got.
A dirty 20.
Yeah.
As the
Yeah, I guess their height also helps.
leaf draws near, all of you attempt to reach out and grab it, but it is swiftly caught by an upwards draft coming from the side of the ship. And it lands right in the very tips of Kalina's fingers, and she grasps onto it, pulling it down. As you hold it in your hands, it is bigger than your face. It is
Oh.
gigantic in nature.
Oh dear.
It is a beautiful spade shape, and it shines like gold. It is gold.
Kalina is going to geek out. Like she's just holding it, and then a smile slowly forms on her face into a massive grin, and she starts to squeal, and then she just like squeals in excitement. It's like, oh my goodness, I'm holding a leaf of the Arius tree! And she starts writing down in her notes furiously and just like going on a giant nerd ramble.
Kalina,
Registers.
Kalina, as you go to pull out your notebook again, you hear a faint voice.
Oh?
And it speaks to you.
What does it say?
Oh,
Oh.
Kalina, this is a voice only you can hear,
What
but
the fuck?
you do not know it.
Main character confirmed.
I was hoping somebody else would catch the leaf, honestly, because I didn't want to main characterify Kalina. I tried.
Main character confirmed.
Kalina, the voice that speaks to you is soft and kind. It then says to you, "The light of our tree will give you guidance. Wherever you see its golden rays and leaves, you may speak to me."
Kalina's eyes, they widen as she hears this. And originally when she first heard, because she thinks she knows who this is. And her eyes just widen as she stares at the leaf,
Myoka
not even saying anything.
looks at you oddly and says, "Kalina, are you okay?"
I hear someone.
Someone? Who?
They said something to me.
What? What did they say?
They said that they live as part of the dearest tree. I think it was Verbena.
Nyoka stares at you with horrified eyes.
She's alive. But she said only as part of the tree, and she said that the tree is dying. Oh, no.
What the fuck?
I'm sorry, what?
Kalina starts pacing and she's holding the leaf and looking at the leaf now.
Nyoka then, he takes your journal and holds it out to you and says, all right, Kalina, just write down what she said. Exactly.
Okay.
All right?
Okay, alright.
Everything. We need as much information as we can.
Okay. I yet live, my child, but only as part of my dearest tree. But she is dying. Zephyrus cannot hold on for long, and should he die, I will with him. And the beautiful world we crafted together will die with our tree of gold.
The rest of the party can hear Kalina say this as she writes it down.
Odd.
The stakes just got a lot higher, my children.
Fuck you. Oh dear.
Is Kalina still holding on to the leaf?
Yes.
And what was like the other thing that that was said like after?
Basically, she said that wherever the golden leaves of my tree lay, you may receive guidance from me.
Oh. Okay.
And then in my notes I said, Elden Ring grace points for the win, Lamau.
My god.
I mean, you're not wrong. But yeah, this giant leaf, if we find a leaf, we can receive guidance.
Yep. If
From a
you...
goddess who is still kind of alive but also dying.
Yes.
Yeah.
Stuck in between life
like-
and death. Almost.
Yeah, I think Kalina, she's just
We're
gonna
just
keep
getting all of the god
staring.
quests.
Yeah, Kalina, she's just gonna keep staring at her reflection in the leaf. Just like, what? I just thought it was a pretty leaf.
All the god drama, aren't we?
We're
Yeah.
getting all of the god drama.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be the main character.
The chosen idiots. Thou art the chosen idiots.
No!
Haha, you've been chosen one-ified.
have Smart gal, TM,
Why?
Lord TM,
As all of
Fish
you
TM.
are standing at the deck, just at a loss, you hear the familiar voice of Baraka say, "Desert off the left bow."
Oh.
Yeah.
I believe that's the right terminology. And
Yeah.
you all remember that she was indeed taking the ship close to the desert, where Ablet's temple lies.
Yeah.
Yo.
You now
Kalina's
need to
still
make
gonna
your
carry
way.
the leaf. She's taking the leaf with her. She thinks it's cool.
Also,
a
it's
nerd.
kind of important.
Starboard side, left bow.
Yeah,
Starboard bow.
starboard bow.
But it's something like that.
Yes, I'm
Whatever.
trying.
Starboard bow.
I did not look all of this up beforehand.
Left side of the
I'm
ship.
trying. Left side of the ship,
I-
baby.
I play Sea of Thieves.
Yeah.
I know some.
You see Baraka up on the deck of the commanding ship. And she is standing there with her hands on her hips, looking directly at all of you.
Ah.
You okay, Colbert? Song?
Rubber bands. Now.
Oh no.
Oh no!
I hate when that
My mouth.
happens.
Ouchie! My
It's
condolences,
annoying when
homie.
that happens.
it seems that Commander Baraka is waiting for you.
Yeah, like, Helena, she... I don't know if she would fold up the leaf. Like, how big is the leaf?
The size of a dinner plate.
Head.
Pretty
Size of
big.
a
Dinner plate.
I don't think she's gonna fold it up. It looks
Put it in
too
the folder.
precious to fold up. Yeah, she probably...
Like,
Yeah,
maybe
she probably...
in the
Yeah, she
journal?
definitely has.
Like in the page of
Oh,
the
yeah.
journal.
Yeah.
Depending on how big the journal
Like,
is.
cover
but-
the whole...
Cover
Yeah, it
with,
won't cover, like, the
will-
whole thing, but...
Cobalt will call up to her whoever and say
Berica?
thank you. Berica will call up to Berica and say thank you, and I
Yeah.
will head starboard.
Just for continuity's sake, you know how big the leaves of a fiddle leaf fig are?
No.
No.
Fine,
No.
I must send image of lady standing next to fiddle leaf fig for you bastards to envision. There. Those are the size,
Wow.
approximately, of the
Oh.
leaves of the Arius tree, but they are spade-shaped.
Ah.
Still fucking big.
Yeah, big as fuck.
Damn.
And gold.
That's still a big fucking leaf.
Yeah. Big ass leaf.
Big ass leaf.
Do you all make your way over to the commanding ship where Berica is waiting for you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright. As you make your way over there within better earshot of her, she says, well, there's the desert, and the temple is just over there. You can see it from here. Do you all care to take a look?
Yeah.
As you look off the starboard side, you see the lonely temple rising above the dunes. Even from here, you can see that it is not in the best of shape. Its outer walls are crumbling, and you see thick, thorny vines that are creeping into the cracks and holes of the temple.
Oh, wow.
Berica says to you, I'm only going to take it a little bit closer. Just enough to where you can use a scope to get a better look. I don't want a sandstorm to overtake the city. That'll be a cleanup I don't want to deal with. You notice the ship starts steering a little bit closer to it, and the temple slowly, the details come more into view. And Berica holds out a telescope in her hand for any one of you to take and look.
That's the highest perception.
I have a plus... Wait, I think it might be Tagok?
I have a +4 in perception.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
have +2, but yeah, like, Tagok, go.
Anyone else? Anyone else have a higher perception?
Hold on. I'm +2.
Okay. And
Okay.
Tagok, would you like to
So-
be the one to take the telescope?
Yeah.
Look through the telescope, what do you see?
All right, Tagok, as you are using a telescope, I'm going to say that you roll with advantage.
On
As
perception.
yes.
Okay. So there's that one. And then Aha! Total of 18.
Hell yeah.
I rolled a
Teguk.
14 and plus 4.
Teguk, you line up the scope and focus in on the temple, slowly scanning each and every part that you can see from the deck of the ship. And you pass by many of the cracks and holes and see nothing but a couple little rats, lizards, and bugs that scutter
Let's go.
along.
Little creatures.
But just at the corner of your vision, you see something else dart in behind the pillars of the higher up section of the temple.
Ooh.
Do you move to take a better look at that area?
Yes, do I roll again?
This time for investigation, rather, as you are closely scrutinizing a particular area.
I actually have a proficiency with intelligence now, so. Well, that's not 0. Total of 13.
Alright.
That's pretty decent.
That'll work.
Teguk, as you look at this particular area, you see all the pillars and what looks like it could be a upper hallway. You don't see any figures, but you see shadows that move in a rather irregular way, as if someone were making said shadows.
Huh.
Do you say anything to the rest of the party?
Yeah. I think there's something over there.
What? How do you mean?
There's. I thought I saw something. There's shadows moving really weird. I don't. Can't
Maybe
make it
another
out.
one of us should take a look? Another set of eyes wouldn't hurt.
Definitely someone who has higher intelligence.
You sure? You sure?
Oh, I have a +7 in investigation.
Oh, that would be good, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
It's the
yes,
reason
yes,
why
yes, yes,
I
yes.
went into investigation. This is gonna be a game of mysteries and shit. Okay. Okay, what
got the
do I
Colbert.
roll?
Pass off the telescope
Okay.
to Colbart.
Is it
Teguk.
advantage?
Just normal.
Got it.
As Teguk passes off the telescope to you, she says, she points you in the direction of where the area that she saw it was. That upper area over there that kind of looks like a hallway.
Nice. I rolled a 17 +7.
Damn.
There you go.
All
There you go.
right, Colbert.
24?
As
Yeah,
you
24.
scan that area that Teguk had described, you watch it intently, and you see, just briefly, a figure that moves in from behind one of the farther pillars. It seems not to be hiding, but just walking around. You can't see it fully, but you see its feet and clothing of white and yellow.
Oh.
And just as quickly as you see it, it disappears into the shadows, out of your view, blocked by the rest of the architecture that you see.
Oh.
Cobalt?
I say that to the group. I say what I saw to the group.
You saw someone?
Yeah. Yeah, I see someone.
Did
I
you-
mean,
could you see what
Abelet
they
has
looked
like yellow clothes.
Oh my. He couldn't possibly still be there, could he?
I don't know. Why? Why not? I mean, Kane is alive.
Yes, but Abelet hasn't been seen for thousands upon thousands of years, and wouldn't you think that people, if they tried to explore his temple, they would have found him by now?
All we
Nyoka.
know is that we seen someone.
Nyoka leans into you, the group, and says, "Do you think we should get Baraka to stop the ship? So we could go down and investigate?"
I don't know. She did say that the desert was quite dangerous, but
That's on Baraka's call.
yeah, that would be her call.
We might have to
She
persuade
is the
her.
captain of. She is the commander of this ship, after all.
Mhm.
True. Well, we might as well ask her.
Yeah.
Kalina.
Yeah.
You could probably like spin the story into like we saw someone there. We don't know if they're harmed or not. And like because she said that it was a dangerous place, we could go down there to investigate if they are okay. And say that.
I guess I suppose that's true, because if there is someone down there, I don't know how they're alive.
It's true.
Commander Barrick has said that desert is brutal.
If we're gonna stop the ship now, we should do it now.
Yes,
Hold
of
on.
course.
At you all saying this, Nyoka stands up and says, "Commander Baraka, may we have a word?" She raises her head to meet y'all, and she just says, "All right, what is it now?"
We were wondering if you would be able to stop the ship above the temple. We were looking, and we can determine that there's something or someone alive in there. We don't know if it's a person and if they're injured, but we might think that it is a possibility, a great one at that.
Her arms are crossed in front of her, and her expression as you suggest to stop the ship for someone that's down there changes from uninterested to slightly irritated as
We
her
understand that you don't want to stop the ship. It is your call after all, but
she says nothing, but she holds out her hand to Colbart, who is holding the telescope, looking at you expectantly.
I get the telescope.
She snatches it quickly and peers through it. "Now, where did you see this person?"
I saw them
Uh,
behind that pillar.
yeah, Tagok might be able to help pinpoint it out.
We'll give her advantage to
Yeah.
find it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, double advantage
Good old
depending on if it's
pointing.
investigation or,
Yeah.
you know what I mean.
Double
Advantage,
advantage.
advantage. That's just regular advantage, there's no such thing.
But
Rolls
Double.
4 times.
Yeah.
No.
So, Baraka peers through the spyglass for a moment and she says, "I don't see a person, but I see footprints."
oh,
That's a really fucking strong spyglass, by the way.
Or she just got really fucking good vision. Also.
Or both.
Or both.
Yes.
She closes up the spyglass and says, Well, usually I would not, but I will give you an allotted amount of time to investigate. And if
Yes,
you
of
are
course,
not
thank you.
back by the time it is up, I will have to leave you.
We will accept that. Thank you so much.
She grumbles a little bit and says, and turns to the crew members and says, "Lower the anchors. Sending out a party."
Excuse me, Commander, how long do we have exactly?
You've got 3 hours. That
3
gives you
hours,
just
got it.
enough time that if you get back, we will still be able to reach Koss's temple in time for you to
Alright,
seek
thanks.
audience with her.
Thank you so much.
Don't worry about it, she says as she walks off, grumbling.
Expect.
You hear
Guys.
her grumbling as she walks off. These damn adventurers and their fucking missions.
Guys,
Yes?
don't want to spoil any fun here, but it is 11:30 my time.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it
is
is
very
like
30 in the
1:30.
2 of you are 2 hours ahead from me, and 1 of you is 3 hours ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Pointing that out.
Now, would you like to end off here and pick up on Thursday, where you get to investigate the temple?
yes.
I guess.
Alright.
I'm fine with either, but
We said
Yeah.
this one wasn't gonna be like story driven, and we're getting
Yeah.
into story.
It's a little bit story driven, but
Yeah, I would.
anyways, that marks the end of session 10. We We will see you all on Thursday, my dear viewers.
If anyone's still awake.
If anyone's still awake.
we
For-
can always watch the VOD later. Bye.
Yeah.
Good night.